Good evening. It is 5:30 p.m. and I call to order the November 16, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session to discuss employment recommendations, receive legal advice, and discuss proposed property contractual arrangements?
Madam Chair, I move that the board enter into executive session to consider employment recommendations for the 2021-2022 academic year, to receive legal advice concerning pending legal matters, to receive legal advice concerning a potential claim, including as it may relate to legal confidentiality requirements, and other matters covered by and/or concerning the attorney-client privilege and relationship, and for discussion of proposed property contractual arrangements for the purchase of land for a new River Bluff area elementary school. That was a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. All in favor, please say aye.
I think we have to clarify the pending legal matters. I think we have to specify exactly what it is we're discussing.
This motion is not eligible for discussion.
And we have to specify what legal matters. Is this, like, what case could we refer to?
I believe this is a general legal update. Okay. We have a motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, the motion carries, and we are now in executive session. I believe we're going into the conference room.
Do ceremonies, how to just be involved in the Native American culture.
It's powerful to us. This is our medicine. We dance. Everything you see on me today is something that was handmade, that was passed down generations.
Brings great pride to us because, you know, everyone doesn't know everything, and if we can give a small sliver of information and new knowledge to someone, it's a great feeling to know they walked away with learning something that they might have even ever, you know, thought to know.
Raising them in a non-Indigenous community, but them keeping their roots and waking up every day knowing who they are, where they come from and their background, and that they have the knowledge to go and educate other people on how we are and who we are and how we've lived our lives.
You know, like little descriptions. You know, like donuts are the best. We want to make these last few months here be the best that we can be. We're leaving a legacy, as we're saying this year. We're making sure that our students get the best experience, the last best experience at Lexington Middle School. Which one, though, is one that I also have hanging around my room that you might see that I also like? The culture of Lexington Middle School is incredible, and we embrace all kinds of students on our campus. And as a special ed teacher, obviously that hits home. I have had the most support in my administration and all of the teachers that have come through here, whether they've worked with my students for 1 year or more. It's incredible to see the kindness that they display, the thinking outside the box when necessary, and doing what they need to do to help make students be successful. I mean, I just wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have stuck out at Lexington Middle School for 17 and a half years if I didn't consider this home.
I never thought that I would be like wearing a jersey and playing in Friday Night Lights.
More female athletes are breaking barriers on the gridiron across Lexington County School District 1. For Gilbert High's senior Riley Barnes, it all started with a tweet.
Coach Leapart saw it, and then They asked me to play my senior year, but I kind of got scared, so I didn't. And then our kicker got quarantined, and then they called and asked if I could come kick.
At White Knoll High, junior Malia Perry was spotted kicking footballs in PE class and quickly found herself kicking the season off as a Timberwolves football player.
Usually on the soccer field, I'm a really loud person and like aggressive, but like on the sideline, I'm very quiet. And like for kickoff, I'm very quiet. So I just think, and I just don't want to mess up.
The first couple rushes that one of the teams that gave us in the scrimmage wasn't very hard, so we, implored their coaches to rush a little bit harder, and so they did, and they rushed 10 on all of our PAT attempts, and they were coming at her pretty hard. She didn't flinch.
District Athletics Director David Bennett says the district's focus to get more students involved in athletics, especially at the middle school level, has led to more opportunities for all athletes.
We've got several girls that are playing football, and more than just kicking. One that's a holder, one's an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, a wideout. Every once in a while you might see a female kicker, but it's really neat to see more girls that are playing.
Nationwide, the number of girls playing tackle football continues to increase, with more than 2,400 girls playing football.
Girls should be able to play football, and I think it shouldn't matter if I'm doing anything about it. I think it should be normal.
It's America's sport. There's as many female fans as male fans, and it's about time that we have some female players.
So I think it's just awesome that girls are kind of being able to do whatever they want in male-dominated sports, and not just it can continue to grow.
To be humble, to be kind, it is a giving of the peace in your mind. To a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day's done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. Tell me what it is that you see, a world that's full of endless possibilities. The heroes don't look like they used to, they look like you do.
Hello, Lexington District 1 students, staff, and families. It's been a couple of weeks since my last Where We Stand Wednesday, but I have important and hopefully reassuring news to share with you today. As of Monday, Lexington County is back in moderate spread according to DHEC. What a relief, as this is the first time our county has dipped below high spread since before this school year began. So I'd like to tell you what this means for our schools. As you may recall, our safe return to in-person and continuity of services plan was shared this summer. This plan addresses how the community spread rate impacts our school operations. For example, when we are in a period of moderate spread, field trips are permitted. Parents and guardians are welcome back to our school cafeterias, and volunteers are allowed in schools once again. I encourage you to visit our website and click on the COVID-19 page. You can find the chart labeled "How will COVID-19 impact school procedures?" in order to learn more. But these school procedures do not start immediately. Our community must stay in moderate spread for 14 consecutive days before the school district will shift to these new procedures. If that happens, and we certainly hope it does, we will shift to these procedures in our schools and on our offices on Monday, November 15th. Your school principal will continue to communicate with you and keep you in the loop so you know exactly what to expect. Finally, as of Tuesday, November the 2nd at 4 p.m., we have 33 positive student cases in our schools, and 26 of our schools have 2 or fewer positive cases. There are currently 10 staff members who are positive, and I look forward to the day that I can share with you that we have no cases among our students or our staff. For now, I encourage you to continue to make healthy choices and speak with your pediatricians with vaccines soon to be available for ages 5 through 11. Thank you for your time and have a great week as we move onward as one.
I'm an Ojibwe, also known as Anishinaabe, means the first people of this nation.
Ever since we were born, we were taught how to dance, how to do ceremonies, how to just be involved in the Native American culture.
It's powerful to us. This is our medicine. We dance. Everything you see on me today is something that was handmade, that was passed down generations.
Brings great pride to us because, you know, everyone doesn't know everything, and if we can give a small sliver of information and new knowledge to someone, it's a great feeling to know they walked away with learning something that they might have even ever, you know, thought to know.
Raising them in a non-Indigenous community, but them keeping their roots and waking up every day knowing who they are, where they come from and their background, and that they have the knowledge to go and educate other people on how we are and who we are and how we have lived our lives.
Like little descriptions. You know, like donuts are the best. We want to make these last few months here be the best that we can be. We're leaving a legacy, as we're saying this year. We're making sure that our students get the best experience, the last best experience at Lexington Middle School. Which one, though, is one that I also have hanging around my room that you might see that I also like? The culture of Lexington Middle School is incredible, and we embrace all kinds of students on our campus. And as a special ed teacher, obviously that hits home. I have had the most support in my administration and all of the teachers that have come through here, whether they've worked with my students for 1 year or more. It's incredible to see the kindness that they display, the you know, thinking outside the box when necessary, and doing what they need to do to help make students be successful. I mean, I just wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have stuck out at Lexington Middle School for 17 and a half years if I didn't consider this home.
I never thought that I would be like wearing a jersey and playing in Friday Night Lights.
More female athletes are breaking barriers on the gridiron across Lexington County School District 1. For Gilbert High senior Riley Barnes, it all started with a tweet.
Coach Leapart saw it, and then they asked me to play my senior year, but I kind of got scared, so I didn't. And then our kicker got quarantined, and then they called and asked if I could come kick.
At White Knoll High, junior Malia Perry was spotted kicking footballs in PE class and quickly found herself kicking the season off as a Timberwolves football player.
Usually on the soccer field, I'm a really loud person and like aggressive, but like on the sideline, I'm very quiet. And like for kickoff, I'm very quiet. So I just think, and I just don't want to mess up.
The first couple rushes that one of the teams that gave us in the scrimmage wasn't very hard, so we, implored their coaches to rush a little bit harder. And so they did, and they rushed 10 on all of our PAT attempts, and they were coming at her pretty hard. She didn't flinch.
District Athletics Director David Bennett says the district's focus to get more students involved in athletics, especially at the middle school level, has led to more opportunities for all athletes.
We've got several girls that are playing football, and more than just kicking. One that's a holder, one's an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, a wideout. Every once in a while you might see a female kicker, but it's really neat to see more girls that are playing.
Nationwide, the number of girls playing tackle football continues to increase, with more than 2,400 girls playing football.
Girls should be able to play football, and I think it shouldn't matter if I'm doing anything about it. I think it should be normal.
It's America's sport. There's as many female fans as male fans, and it's about time that we have some female players.
So I think it's just awesome that girls are kind of being able to do whatever they want in male-dominated sports, and not just it can continue to grow.
To be humble, to be kind, it is a giving of the peace in your mind. To a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day is done. Peace, we are one, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. Tell me what it is that you see, a world that's full of endless possibilities. And heroes don't look like they used to, they look like you do. We are one.
Hello, Lexington District 1 students, staff, and families. It's been a couple of weeks since my last Where We Stand Wednesday, but I have important and hopefully reassuring news to share with you today. As of Monday, Lexington County is back in moderate spread according to DHEC. What a relief, as this is the first time our county has dipped below high spread since before this school year began. So I'd like to tell you what this means for our schools. As you may recall, our safe return to in-person and continuity of services plan was shared this summer. This plan addresses how the community spread rate impacts our school operations. For example, when we are in a period of moderate spread, field trips are permitted. Parents and guardians are welcome back to our school cafeterias, and volunteers are allowed in schools once again. I encourage you to visit our website and click on the COVID-19 page. You can find the chart labeled How Will COVID-19 Impact School Procedures in order to learn more. But these school procedures do not start immediately. Our community must stay in moderate spread for 14 consecutive days before the school district will shift to these new procedures. If that happens, and we certainly hope it does, we will shift to these procedures in our schools and on our offices on Monday, November 15th. Your school principal will continue to communicate with you and keep you in the loop so you know exactly what to expect. Finally, as of Tuesday, November the 2nd at 4 p.m., we have 33 positive student cases in our schools, and 26 of our schools have 2 or fewer positive cases. There are currently 10 staff members who are positive, and I look forward to the day that I can share with you that we have no cases among our students or our staff. For now, I encourage you to continue to make healthy choices and speak with your pediatricians with vaccines soon to be available for ages 5 through 11. Thank you for your time and have a great week as we move onward as one.
I'm an Ojibwe, also known as Anishinaabe, means the first people of this nation.
Ever since we were born, we were taught how to dance, how to do ceremonies, how to just be involved in the Native American culture.
It's powerful to us. This is our medicine. We dance. Everything you see on me today is something that was handmade, that was passed down generations.
Brings great pride to us because, you know, everyone doesn't know everything, and if we can give a small sliver of information and new knowledge to someone, it's a great feeling to know they walked away with learning something that they might have even ever, you know, thought to know.
Raising them in a non-Indigenous community, but them keeping their roots and waking up every day knowing who they are, where they come from and their background, and that they have the knowledge to go and educate other people on how we are and who we are and how we have lived our lives.
Like little descriptions. You know, like donuts are the best. We want to make these last few months here be the best that we can be. We're leaving a legacy, as we're saying this year. We're making sure that our students get the best experience, the last best experience at Lexington Middle School. Which one, though, is one that I also have hanging around my room that you might see that I also like? The culture of Lexington Middle School is incredible, and we embrace all kinds of students on our campus. And as a special ed teacher, obviously that hits home. I have had the most support in my administration and all of the teachers that have come through here, whether they've worked with my students for 1 year or more. It's incredible to see the kindness that they display, the you know, thinking outside the box when necessary, and doing what they need to do to help make students be successful. I mean, I just wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have stuck out at Lexington Middle School for 17 and a half years if I didn't consider this home.
I never thought that I would be like wearing a jersey and playing in Friday Night Lights.
More female athletes are breaking barriers on the gridiron across Lexington County School District 1. For Gilbert High's senior Riley Barnes, it all started with a tweet.
Coach Leapart saw it, and then they asked me to play my senior year, but I kind of got scared, so I didn't. And then our kicker got quarantined, and then they called and asked if I could come kick.
At White Knoll High, junior Malia Perry was spotted kicking footballs in PE class and quickly found herself kicking the season off as a Timberwolves football player.
Usually on the soccer field, I'm a really loud person and like aggressive, but like on the sideline, I'm very quiet. And like for kickoff, I'm very quiet. So I just think, and I just don't want to mess up.
The first couple rushes that one of the teams that gave us in the scrimmage wasn't very hard, so we, implored their coaches to rush a little bit harder. And so they did, and they rushed 10 on all of our PAT attempts, and they were coming at her pretty hard. She didn't flinch.
District Athletics Director David Bennett says the district's focus to get more students involved in athletics, especially at the middle school level, has led to more opportunities for all athletes.
We've got several girls that are playing football, and more than just kicking. One that's a holder, one's an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, a wideout. Every once in a while you might see a female kicker, but it's really neat to see more girls that are playing.
Nationwide, the number of girls playing tackle football continues to increase, with more than 2,400 girls playing football.
Girls should be able to play football, and I think it shouldn't matter if I'm doing anything about it. I think it should be normal.
It's America's sport. There's as many female fans as male fans, and it's about time that we have some female players.
I think it's just awesome that girls are kind of being able to do whatever they want in male-dominated sports, and not just it can continue to grow.
To be humble, to be kind, it is a giving of the peace in your mind. To a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day is done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. Tell me what it is that you see, a world that's full of endless possibilities. And heroes don't look like they used to, they look like you do. Other when the day's done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other.
Lexington District 1 students, staff, and families. It's been a couple of weeks since my last Where We Stand Wednesday, but I have important and hopefully reassuring news to share with you today. As of Monday, Lexington County is back in moderate spread according to DHEC. What a relief, as this is the first time our county has dipped below high spread since before this school year began. So I'd like to tell you what this means for our schools. As you may recall, our safe return to in-person and continuity of services plan was shared this summer. This plan addresses how the community spread rate impacts our school operations. For example, when we are in a period of moderate spread, field trips are permitted. Parents and guardians are welcome back to our school cafeterias, and volunteers are allowed in schools once again. I encourage you to visit our website and click on the COVID-19 page. You can find the chart labeled How Will COVID-19 Impact School Procedures in order to learn more. But these school procedures do not start immediately. Our community must stay in moderate spread for 14 consecutive days before the school district will shift to these new procedures. If that happens, and we certainly hope it does, we will shift to these procedures in our schools and on our offices on Monday, November 15th. Your school principal will continue to communicate with you and keep you in the loop so you know exactly what to expect. Finally, as of Tuesday, November the 2nd at 4 p.m., we have 33 positive student cases in our schools, and 26 of our schools have 2 or fewer positive cases. There are currently 10 staff members who are positive, and I look forward to the day that I can share with you that we have no cases among our students or our staff. For now, I encourage you to continue to make healthy choices and speak with your pediatricians with vaccines soon to be available for ages 5 through 11. Thank you for your time and have a great week as we move onward as one.
I'm an Ojibwe, also known as Anishinaabe, means the first people of this nation.
Ever since we were born, we were taught how to dance, how to do ceremonies, how to just be involved in the Native American culture.
It's powerful to us. This is our medicine. We dance. Everything you see on me today is something that was handmade, that was passed down generations.
Brings great pride to us because, you know, everyone doesn't know everything, and if we can give a small sliver of information and new knowledge to someone, it's a great feeling to know they walked away with learning something that they might have even ever, you know, thought to know.
Raising them in a non-Indigenous community, but them keeping their roots and waking up every day knowing who they are, where they come from and their background, and that they have the knowledge to go and educate other people on how we are and who we are and how we've lived our lives.
Like little descriptions. You know, like donuts are the best. We want to make these last few months here be the best that we can be. We're leaving a legacy, as we're saying this year. We're making sure that our students get the best experience, the last best experience at Lexington Middle School. Which one, though, is one that I also have hanging around my room that you might see that I also like? The culture of Lexington Middle School is incredible, and we embrace all kinds of students on our campus. And as a special ed teacher, obviously that hits home. I have had the most support in my administration and all of the teachers that have come through here, whether they've worked with my students for 1 year or more. It's incredible to see the kindness that they display, the you know, thinking outside the box when necessary, and doing what they need to do to help make students be successful. I mean, I just wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have stuck out at Lexington Middle School for 17 and a half years if I didn't consider this home.
I never thought that I would be like wearing a jersey and playing in Friday Night Lights.
More female athletes are breaking barriers on the gridiron across Lexington County School District 1. For Gilbert High's senior Riley Barnes, it all started with a tweet.
Coach Leapart saw it, and then they asked me to play my senior year, but I kind of got scared, so I didn't. And then our kicker got quarantined, and then they called and asked if I could come kick.
At White Knoll High, junior Malia Perry was spotted kicking footballs in PE class and quickly found herself kicking the season off as a Timberwolves football player.
Usually on the soccer field, I'm a really loud person and like aggressive, but like on the sideline, I'm very quiet. And like for kickoff, I'm very quiet. So I just think, and I just don't want to mess up.
The first couple rushes that one of the teams that gave us in the scrimmage wasn't very hard, so we, implored their coaches to rush a little bit harder, and so they did, and they rushed 10 on all of our PAT attempts, and they were coming at her pretty hard. She didn't flinch.
District Athletics Director David Bennett says the district's focus to get more students involved in athletics, especially at the middle school level, has led to more opportunities for all athletes.
We've got several girls that are playing football, and more than just kicking. One that's a holder, one's an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, a wideout. Every once in a while you might see a female kicker, but it's really neat to see more girls that are playing.
Nationwide, the number of girls playing tackle football continues to increase, with more than 2,400 girls playing football.
Girls should be able to play football, and I think it shouldn't matter if I'm doing anything about it. I think it should be normal.
It's America's sport. There's as many female fans as male fans, and it's about time that we have some female players.
I think it's just awesome that girls are kind of being able to do whatever they want in male-dominated sports, and I just it can continue to grow.
To be humble, to be kind, it is a giving of the peace in your mind. To a stranger, to a friend, to give in such a way that has no end. We are love, we are one, we are how we treat each other when the day is done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. Tell me what it is that you see, a world that's full of endless possibilities. The heroes don't look like they used to, they look like you do. Other when the day's done. We are peace, we are war, we are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other and nothing more. We are how we treat each other.
Lexington District 1 students, staff, and families. It's been a couple of weeks since my last Where We Stand Wednesday, but I have important and hopefully reassuring news to share with you today. As of Monday, Lexington County is back in moderate spread according to DHEC. What a relief, as this is the first time our county has dipped below high spread since before this school year began. So I'd like to tell you what this means for our schools. As you may recall, our safe return to in-person and continuity of services plan was shared this summer. This plan addresses how the community spread rate impacts our school operations. For example, when we are in a period of moderate spread, field trips are permitted. Parents and guardians are welcome back to our school cafeterias, and volunteers are allowed in schools once again. I encourage you to visit our website and click on the COVID-19 page. You can find the chart labeled How Will COVID-19 Impact School Procedures in order to learn more. But these school procedures do not start immediately. Our community must stay in moderate spread for 14 consecutive days before the school district will shift to these new procedures. If that happens, and we certainly hope it does, we will shift to these procedures in our schools and on our offices on Monday, November 15th. Your school principal will continue to communicate with you and keep you in the loop so you know exactly what to expect. Finally, as of Tuesday, November the 2nd at 4 p.m., we have 33 positive student cases in our schools, and 26 of our schools have 2 or fewer positive cases. There are currently 10 staff members who are positive, and I look forward to the day that I can share with you that we have no cases among our students or our staff. For now, I encourage you to continue to make healthy choices and speak with your pediatricians with vaccines soon to be available for ages 5 through 11. Thank you for your time and have a great week as we move onward as one.
I'm an Ojibwe, also known as Anishinaabe, means the first people of this nation.
Ever since we were born, we were taught how to dance, how to do ceremonies, how to just be involved in the Native American culture.
It's powerful to us. This is our medicine. We dance. Everything you see on me today is something that was handmade, that was passed down generations.
Brings great pride to us because, you know, everyone doesn't know everything, and if we can give a small sliver of information and new knowledge to someone, it's a great feeling to know they walked away with learning something that they might have even ever, you know, thought to know.
Raising them in a non-Indigenous community, but them keeping their roots and waking up every day knowing who they are, where they come from and their background, and that they have the knowledge to go and educate other people on how we are and who we are and how we've lived our lives.
Like little descriptions. You know, like donuts are the best. We want to make these last few months here be the best that we can be. We're leaving a legacy, as we're saying this year. We're making sure that our students get the best experience, the last best experience at Lexington Middle School. Which one, though, is one that I also have hanging around my room that you might see that I also like? The culture of Lexington Middle School is incredible, and we embrace all kinds of students on our campus. And as a special ed teacher, obviously that hits home. I have had the most support in my administration and all of the teachers that have come through here, whether they've worked with my students for 1 year or more. It's incredible to see the kindness that they display, the thinking outside the box when necessary, and doing what they need to do to help make students be successful. I mean, I just wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have stuck out at Lexington Middle School for 17 and a half years if I didn't consider this home.
All right, are we ready? I don't think we have one. Well, I'm not sure if I did or not. All right. All right, our apologies for being a few minutes late. We had a lot to cover. Do I hear a motion to conclude executive session and return to general session?
Madam Chair, I move that we exit executive session and begin general session.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Good evening. I call to order the general session of the November 16th board meeting. The district is in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act by notifying the media of the date, time, and place of the meeting. The district tapes the meeting for accuracy in preparing the minutes. At this time, I yield the floor to Mr. Tim Oswald to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Madam Chair, fellow board members, staff, and guests, please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Madam Chair, I move the board approves the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Board members, you have received the minutes of the October 5th and October 19th board meetings. Other than the corrections that have been received and made, are there any other corrections? Hearing none, the minutes will be accepted as presented. Do I hear a motion to approve 8 certified recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve 8 certified recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, the motion carries, and there are no administrative recommendations for this evening. Do I hear a motion for the board to accept the newly hired support staff report as presented by administration?
Madam Chair, I move that the board accept the newly hired support staff report as presented by the administration.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. All right, we have some special guests here this evening. I would like to introduce Mrs. Cheryl Burgess. Cheryl is the current president of the South Carolina School Boards Association Board of Directors. She's also our neighbor from Lexington 3 School Board, and she is here with a special presentation.
Good evening to Lexington Board Chair Anne Marie Green, members of the Lexington 1 School Board, and Superintendent Dr. Greg Little. Thank you for the opportunity to make a special awards presentation on behalf of the South Carolina School Boards Association. I always enjoy visiting local districts to make presentations like we are the one that we're going to make tonight. I am Cheryl Burgess, and I have the privilege of serving as the president of the South Carolina School Boards Association, as well as being a member of the Lexington 3 School Board. At this time, I would like for Chairman Green and Dr. Greg Little to join me to assist with the presentation tonight. And also at this time, will Mr. Todd Osberger, President and CEO of Lexington Medical Center, Roger Sipe, Senior Vice President of Operations, and Laura Lott Moore, Vice President of Community Medical Centers and Occupational Health, also joined them up front. First, to you and your staff, we say thank you. Thank you for your wonderful partnership with the Lexington One School District. This is a partnership that displays your dedication and commitment to the success of public school children. The partnership between Lexington Medical Center and the school district serves as a model for other school districts in our state, and it is why the South Carolina School Boards Association is proud to recognize and honor you with our Champions for Public Education Award. The Champions for Public Education Award is presented to businesses, nonprofit organizations, and individuals who greatly support public education in schools. Lexington Medical Center was nominated because of your organization's tremendous support of the district. We want you to know that your work does not go unnoticed. Let me tell you all a little bit more about this partnership. Mr. Augsburger, President and CEO of Lexington Medical Center, and the entire Lexington Medical Center team play a vital role in the community and within Lexington County School District 1. Most recently, he and his team have been a tremendous asset throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 shutdown and school closures, Mr. Augsburger made available the resources of the Lexington medical staff to provide the district with critical information on COVID-19. They offer guidelines on reopening schools and clarity surrounding the CDC and DHEC recommendations and guidelines. When COVID-19 vaccines became available, Mr. Augsburger fought for educators to be prioritized for the vaccinations. He advocated on behalf of educators and school employees at the state level. The Lexington Medical Center team partnered with the district to provide COVID-19 vaccinations and organize clinics for the staff of Lexington County School Districts 1, 3, and 4. On top of the support during the pandemic, Lexington One has had a long-standing relationship with Lexington Medical Center over the years. The district partners with Lexington Medical Center in their career and technical education programs, which include health sciences programs. Students in the Certified Nursing Assistant program work alongside staff at the hospital to receive the required training hours. As programs grow, the hospital system works with the district to accommodate its needs. They are also involved with the Lexington District 1 Educational Foundation, and they support the foundation's efforts and special events and academic celebrations. I think it's easy to see why Lexington Medical Center is being recognized tonight. On behalf of the South Carolina School Boards Association, I want you to know how much your efforts are appreciated. You are making a difference in the lives of Lexington One staff and students. Thank you for being a true champion for public education, and congratulations.
I think they've all gone, but I do want to say how appreciative we are of Lexington One and all they do to support our schools, very much so.
All right, thank you very much. All right. We are now at 9.0, citizens participation. Lexington County School District 1's Board of Trustees solicits the advice and counsel of its citizens. To encourage this participation, the board provides a citizens participation period during our board meetings. In order to speak, you must be the parent or legal guardian of a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school, a taxpayer residing in the Lexington District 1 attendance area, an employee of the district, or a student currently attending a Lexington District 1 school. You may comment on agenda items, school operations, policies, programs, or other matters. You may not speak about specific individuals, whether students or staff. We want to remind you that this meeting is being live streamed and that the recording of this meeting will be part of the public record in perpetuity. We want to give everyone who came tonight an opportunity to speak, and in order to do that, I will call on each speaker by name and ask you to approach the lectern at the back of the room. The board will not reply to your remarks nor take any action during the board meeting in response to your comments or questions. You may address the board for up to 3 minutes. If you have any handouts you would like the board to review, please give them to Ms. Halliday at the table in the back of the room, and she will distribute them. Please do not clap or make any comments, either while an individual speaks or after he or she finishes. As you came in tonight, you received a card to fill out if you indicated you wanted to speak. That card asks for your name, address, and other information. However, I will read only your name, the town you reside in, and the name of the schools your children attend when it is your turn to speak. If you are unable to attend the meeting or are uncomfortable addressing the board in person, you may reach out to the board by email, telephone, or mail, and our contact information is available on the Lexington One website. We welcome all messages. All right, we are ready to get started. Our first speaker is Ms. Debbie Myers, and she lives in Lexington and is a taxpayer in the district.
Good evening. Since it's clear that the school board doesn't respond or consider what we have to say, I'm speaking to parents in this district right now. First, I'm going to start with a scripture from 1 Peter 2. For such is the will of God, that by doing right, you may silence the ignorance of foolish men. Act as free men, and do not use your freedom as a covering for evil, but use it as bondslaves of God. The reason I'm here tonight is to speak to inappropriate literature that's in our school district. I have a book in my hand that is required reading for students that are of minor age. I was going to tell folks watching to have your minor age children leave the room, but this is available to your minor age students, so I'm just going to go ahead and read it. It's called How to Read Literature Like a Professor, a lively and entertaining guide to reading between the lines. Thomas C. Foster. It's required reading for all juniors entering the IB International Baccalaureate Program. I'm at chapter 16. It's all about sex. Whoever wrote this book is absolutely obsessed with sex. They see sex everywhere. English professors have dirty minds. No, we're no more dirty-minded than everybody. Blame it on Freud. Suddenly we discover sex doesn't have to look like sex. Other objects and activities can stand in for sexual organs and sex acts, which is good since those organs and acts can only be arranged in so many ways. On and on this filth goes. This is in your school. This is in this school district, and it's required reading. This isn't optional reading. So what's going on in this district with the gender confusion, the race baiting by those who should be trusted to protect your children, I am telling you, parents, pull your kids out of this system. They're not going to listen to you, and this is not going to stop. Tonight, there's going to be a resolution that is going to be presented, and I know you're not going to vote on it. You don't respond to anything. But we ask that you put into policy a statement stating that parents are the primary stakeholders and decision makers for their own children. You are not. You have been entrusted to do right by these children, and you are failing. You are failing, and it breaks my heart. I've been in this district since 1994, and it's only gotten worse. And I don't see it getting any better. Parents, I plead with you, protect your children, pull them out, teach them at home you can do it. Thank you very much for listening to me. If you want information on this book, the author's name is Thomas C. Foster, and he needs his mouth washed out with soap.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Next, we have Ms. Catherine Reynolds, and Ms. Reynolds lives in Lexington. And I believe her school children are in Lula. Are they in Lula?
I have them homeschooled.
Oh, okay. They're homeschooled.
Okay, so I am a taxpayer of Lexington 1, and I would like to invite any teacher that isn't able to speak up, any parent that can't come here in person, or anyone that has concerns and not available to come here, that I'll be willing to advocate for you guys. I do have a high concern for our children, for our community, and I want to be involved in it. I want this to be somewhere that we could come together and we can be strength together. Last month, within this district, there were so many instances of bullying. There was instances where there was cops that had to be called out. There was instances where I don't want to call out personal kids and stuff like that, but there are so many things going on within this district that scares me, because my children are supposed to be in school and be safe. But how can we feel safe whenever kids are being bullied and they tell them to brush it off? Oh, you're overreacting. I watched a video of bullying. There was a child that was thrown to the ground. And that's bullying? That's not bullying. That is assault. And I hope that that child that assaulted that other child got in trouble just as much as those repercussions of those children that were on TikTok, off of campus, off of school time. All I ask is a resolution where parents can be the primary stakeholders. Please listen to us. We're the ones that you guys are supposed to be representing. That's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Next, we have Ms. Stephanie Berquist, and she lives in Lexington, and her students, I believe, attend the extracurricular activities at Beechwood and Lexington High School.
Okay, so the last time I spoke, I came and presented a legal document. I had retained an attorney that said, if you ever try to implement masks on our children again, we will sue you. That seemed to be pretty successful. If you think that we get tired of coming, we do. I'm tired, everybody's tired, you're probably tired of hearing from us, but guess what? We're not gonna stop coming until we get what we deserve. So I emailed you all on November 10th a resolution. It's been successful in other neighboring districts. To summarize that document, which I know you've all seen, irregardless of your non-responses, it states that we are asking and quite frankly demanding at this point a policy be implemented that us, the parents, are the primary stakeholders in our children's education, not consultants, not having an opinion, the primary stakeholders. I said on November 10th, dear board and superintendent, myself and other parents are requesting you add this to the agenda for Tuesday meeting, of which you did not do. We ask you to take the first step of action to recognize parents as the primary stakeholder. I asked two things from each of you. Number one, can you each please respond? Please respond and let me know if you agree that we should be the primary stakeholders or not. Nobody responded. Number two, will you please let me know if you will be adding this to the agenda? Nobody responded. Greg Little responded 2 days ago. Ms. Berquist, the district already has policies that makes clear, and I'm reading this email, that makes clear parents are critical participants in their child's education, and policies that encourage feedback, even when that feedback disagrees with current policies, procedures, or practices. Therefore, it is not my intent to recommend this resolution to the board. Okay, that's great. If you have a policy, I responded on November 12th, just a few hours later. If you have a policy that says that, can you please email that to me? I'm paraphrasing. I said there's a lot of legislation going around the country, going around South Carolina. We have pornography in our schools. We have money gone missing. We have a multitude of problems that we are going to handle. You will be held responsible personally, professionally, legally, any way necessary. I need somebody on the board to add this to the agenda. And if you have this in a policy, please send it to me. I have 59 seconds. I was not sent anything. What I was sent was a link of thousands and thousands of pages, unfortunately, that I went through. Greg Little says, Ms. Berquist, here's the link to our policies. Section B, I, and K all have policies that speak to the matter. That's not true. I have 40 seconds. The only thing I found in Section C said, every parent in the Lexington 1 district, every parent or legal guardian has the following rights. Number one, to be treated with courtesy. Number 2, to be treated with respect as an individual regardless of race, creed, national origin, economic status, or sex. Number 3, to secure as much help as available from the school district to further progress or improvement of his or her child. Number 4, to receive responsible protection. Number 5, to organize and participate in events. Number 6, to participate in his or her child's school activities. Nothing in here says we are the primary stakeholders. I'm demanding it tonight. I'm demanding it every other night. We will keep coming back. Parents, I'm also speaking to you. If you don't know what's going on, listen what's happening in these books. This is why we need to be primary stakeholders.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm going to
Berquist.
keep emailing till y'all adopt it.
Next, we have Ms. Janine Connor. Ms. Connor lives in Lexington and has students that attend Lexington Middle and River Bluff High School.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Janine Connor, and my kids, as she said, attend Lexington Middle and River Bluff High School for now. I wanted to speak about one of the inappropriate books that I had heard about, and to be honest, this is really not the tip of the iceberg as I looked on. But anyway, this is called All Eyes on Us, and it was on the summer reading list, I believe. And it basically glamorizes drugs, it's anti-Christian, religion bashing, speaks about a high schooler who's trying to keep her lesbianism from her Christian mother by dating a boy. I could go on, and in case I run out of time, at the end of the book, one of the kids ultimately steals a gun from their parent and holds it to the throat of another student, which is just what we need in our books right now. So I will just read a couple while I have time. Let me start at the beginning here. Okay. By 4:30, it's time to get stoned. The charade of our relationship is keeping me safe, but it's not something I can face sober. I shove my desk chair up against the door and pull the cardboard box that holds the shoes from my holy immersive baptism out of the back of my cramped bedroom closet. I push aside the tissue paper to reveal my vape pen and jar that holds my stash. Then I plug the vaporizer into its charger. Drugs of all kinds are strictly prohibited by the Fellowship of Christ. Christian teens are high on life, said sarcastically. But vaping is hardly the most of the serious of my infractions. If the church's principles are right, which they aren't because I can't let myself think that way, the afterworld already holds a punishing lake of fire with my name on it. In this life, I'm getting stoned. Then there's something about one of the students was saying she loves the other. I love you, Paulina says back, and I know she means it. My parents' love is laced with fear, but Paul's love, unconditional. And then it proceeds to talk about how they slip into their sleeping bag and undress together. It's freezing when I slide off my coat, even under the sleeping bag. In a few minutes, I don't feel cold anymore. What I feel is warm and shuddering and loved. Paulina's lips move across my skin down, and her hair tickles my legs. I feel free. Finally, for the first time in days, I like myself. Also great role modeling. And this one says, so you're bi, Amanda asks. No, I'm not into guys at all, she said. I don't get it. Have you heard of the Fellowship of Christ? She makes a face. Anyway, it goes on to say that her religion is a cult. You get the idea.
Thank you, Ms. Connor. Next, we have Candace Vega. Ms. Vega lives in Lexington and has students that attend Lexington High School.
That was appalling. I escaped California, and I came here to bring my kids so that they can live a normal, free American life. And I'm here to make sure that this place doesn't turn into what I left. Parents, it is really, really critical and important that you are the primary stakeholders in your children's education. You take control over it. These people, they will not care for your child the way that you do. They will not look after them the way that you do. And you want to make sure that you don't turn this place into what I left. That's why I'm here, and I will continue coming here to make sure that, that this stuff does not occur here. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Parents, please take control of your kids' education. You're the boss, not them, not anyone else, you.
Thank you, Ms. Vega. Next, we have Ms. Rebecca Godfrey. She lives in Lexington and has students that attend the River Bluff attendance area.
I want to start by making a couple suggestions. Would the board consider having 1 to 2 town halls each year, even in non-election years? I think the community would respond favorably, and it would be nice to have a place to have question and answer. Secondly, I'm sure you've heard that the old Hendricks farm near LHS has been sold and it's becoming 270 homes. Would you begin to work more closely with county council on these decisions? There could be well over 500 kids entering our already full schools from that single development, needing buses, drivers, teachers, substitutes, lunch staff. This entire community would benefit greatly if there were more cooperation between the county and the school. I was in the high school the other day and I found this brochure sitting in the office. It says, "Attendance every day, 1 empty chair is too many." I completely agree. I'm happy Lexington 1's positive cases are down to the 20s. Unfortunately, quarantines are still around 300. Lexington, would you lead the way in ending contact tracing? Kids need to be in school every day. Parents, if your child is sick, just keep them home. Resist taking them to get tested. We need to stop letting government agencies like DHEC dictate when we are allowed to send our kids home and how long they're supposed to be absent. These decisions belong to us, the parents, regardless of their vaccination status. I am extremely proud of every single parent who hasn't bent the knee and rushed out to get your child vaccinated, even though you've been pressured to do so and had to deal with discriminating quarantines. I know it looks like the most convenient and easy thing to do, but please consider the long-term consequences that you would be trading for short-term convenience. Getting jabbed doesn't give you freedom. It gives you privilege for being obedient and complying. We know privileges can be removed at any point when a higher authority like DHEC says, it changes the rules and says that you need to have a booster to be considered vaccinated. Continue to stand strong with your decision to not inject your child. Why? The jab is experimental. Drug companies have no liability. The vax can still catch and spread COVID. The jab causes heart conditions in kids up 200%. 91 studies have been done across multiple countries that prove natural immunity is better. The jab destroys your immune system. 70,000 healthcare professionals walked away in New York. Consider why, after they were forced to be vaxxed. The CDC confirmed vaxxed people are 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID than the unvaxxed. The CDC also just admitted it has no record of an unvaxxed person spreading COVID after recovering. 0. COVID injections are the most dangerous vaccination in history. They are 800 times more deadly than the smallpox vax, which had previously held the record. Pfizer has paid $4.6 billion in fines since 2000, $2.3 billion from fraudulent marketing, the largest healthcare fraud settlement in history. They paid out $75 million in 2009 for using Nigerian children as human guinea pigs. They are not to be trusted with your child. Parents, keep holding the line. Board, stop tethering vaccine status to privilege.
Thank you, Ms. Godfrey. Next, we have Ms. Dana Holmesley. She lives in Lexington and has a student at Lexington Elementary.
A few months ago, I obtained the chairwoman's emails through a Freedom of Information request. After much difficulty in acquiring these emails on time from the district, I eventually came across 2 emails in reference to a request made by Ms. Garris during the July 20th school board meeting. Only one of those emails is located within the minutes, while the other is in my possession. I received the redacted version through my request, and I would like to read it so that it may go on public record. I believe it is the email the board will be discussing tonight. In this email, Ms. Garris's request is to add an item to the agenda is forwarded to the board. Anne Marie, please add my request for information regarding the June 21st, 2021 email to Ms. Salters to the July 20th, 2021 agenda so that the board can discuss the information I have requested. Once Mr. Salters provides me with an estimate on the time to gather these materials, I will know at that time which item I wish to ask the board to consider. However, I wanted to give you plenty of notice so that my request would be put on the agenda. Of the items I requested, I asked Mr. Salters to let me know what items were available electronically or do not currently exist. I was very intentional in choosing items to ask for, and in doing so, I tried to ensure that those were easily accessible and available in electronic format. I'm not sure why Dr. Little thought it was a good idea to merge the roles of COO and
Ms.
CFO.
Helmsley, I'm going to, point of order, please do not discuss personnel matters that belong to the superintendent.
It's a matter of public record. It's public information.
But we don't talk about other people.
We don't talk about, one of the rules for citizens' participation is we don't talk about staff or students.
Okay, but it's in the email by a board member.
Our emails are a different matter than what is discussed.
I mean, it was given to me through a FOIA request. It's public information. Should be a matter of public record. Everybody in this room, including everybody watching, should be able to know what's in the email.
That's different than reading it into our
Well, I mean,
minutes.
what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
We have rules and guidelines, Ms. Helmsley. This is an effort to get around some of those rules and guidelines. And so I'm going to ask you to, if you would like to.
I mean, I'm going to continue to read the email because it's public information.
I'm sorry, Ms. Helmsley.
You may not speak about specific individuals.
I'm not speaking about it. I'm just simply reading an email.
That's speaking.
Okay,
Reading
but
is
I'm
speaking.
reading a board member's email.
Ms. Green, Chair Green.
She read an email and spoke about.
Chair Green.
Ms. Helmsley, there is as board members, our emails are public documents, yes. But our minutes and our meetings are the board's business. And we have chosen to prevent what you're trying to do right now, which is to enter information about a staff member into the record.
But it's in regard to a bond referendum for which we all voted on. So why can't we read an email from a board member discussing why she's not given certain documents when requested in regards to a bond referendum that we all voted on?
Ms. Helmsley, there is a lot more background on that situation, and we are in the process of resolving it. And
I understand, but with all due respect,
Ms. Helmsley, I'm going to
Chairwoman
ask you
Green.
to please sit down. Next, we have Madison Rogers, and she lives in Lexington, and her student attends New Providence Elementary.
I appreciate that Mr. Salters has overseen or been a part of managing close to $100
Ms.
million
Rogers.
with the
Ms. Rogers,
worth referendum
please
work
turn
in
off
this
her
district.
microphone. Citizens, please have a seat, Ms. Rogers. To come and speak to us, but we do have guidelines and rules, and the reason for that is to protect the decorum and the business of the board. Yeah, next we have Miss Michelle Fagan, and she lives in Lexington, and her student is homeschooled.
Community. This is the book stamp. It is in every Lexington District 1 middle school and high school. 12-year-olds should not be reading this information. Is inappropriate. They have developing minds that won't be able to distinguish the half-truths published. It has potential to cause mental harm as it purports their victimhood of being white for the fault due to the history of our nation based on half-truth history. Not to mention the so-called anti-racist music during so-called change empowerment by rap, violence, obscene lyrics that the youth can look up. I will read as much as possible. Notes on Baxter. He believed slavery was helpful for African people. He even said they were voluntary slaves, as in Africans who owned to be slaves so they could be baptized. Notes on Locke. He believed that the most unblemished, purest, perfect minds belonged to whites, which basically meant Africans had dirty brains. He believed Africans were born of a different Adam and had a different creation story. Of course, this would mean they were a different species. It was kind of like saying, or to him proving, that Africans weren't actually human. Like they were maybe animals or monsters or aliens, but not human, at least not like whites, and therefore they didn't have to be treated as such. Black supremacy, the 10-point platform, paraphrased. Power to determine the destiny of our Black community, full employment, and end to the robbery of Black community by government, decent housing, real education, for all Black men to be exempt from military services, an immediate end to policy, brutality, and murder of Black people, freedom of all Black prisoners, for all Black people on trial to be tried by a jury of their peers, peace and Black representation in the United Nations. Here are a few songs from that year. Check them out. Slick Rick, Children's Story, Ice-T, Colors, NWA, I will not say what that actually stands for. Straight Outta Compton, Boogie Down Production, Stop the Violence, Queen Latifah, Wrath of My Madness, Public Enemy, Don't Believe the Hype. There's much,
Thank
much
you,
more.
Ms. Fagan.
There's much, much
Next,
more.
we have Ms. Laura Michelle Riley. Ms. Riley lives in Lexington and has a student that attends Lexington Elementary.
Right. Good evening. This is my first meeting. I have a kindergartner who's 5 years old, my only child. I grew up here. I graduated from Lexington High School. I loved every minute of my public school experience. I am sad right now. I feel like there are lots of parents that are sad and don't know what to do. So I'm doing the only thing that I know how to do is to talk about it, right? I tried to go into my baby's school at Lexington Elementary School on Thursday because Henry McMaster sent out, "Today I wrote a letter to SU Superintendent of Education Molly Spearman to request that she immediately begin a comprehensive investigation into the presence of obscene and pornographic materials in public schools in South Carolina. For sexually explicit materials of this nature to have ever been introduced or allowed in South Carolina's schools, it is obvious that there is or was either a lack of or a complete breakdown in any existing oversight processes or the absence of appropriate screening standards." This is from our governor. So, as a parent, I tried to go and preview the Scholastic Book Fair. I was denied entrance. I wasn't offered a Zoom. I wasn't offered a virtual tour. We need to stop using COVID as an excuse to keep parents out of school. We have our children trusted to all of our teachers and administrators, thinking that this is for the greater good. Obviously, with stuff that you see on the media, whether it be, fake news, I don't feel like it's fake news as of what these ladies have read tonight. It's concerning. And I just want to say that all parents and the board really, really need to implement the policy, recognizing that parents be primary stakeholders and not just participants in our children's education. This is important to our community. This is important to the future of South Carolina and the future of our wonderful America. Like, we want to stay free. We want our kids to not be indoctrinated with stuff, that doesn't need to be brought up in these young minds at certain ages. That's what college is for, right? So as a concerned parent, I just really wanted to voice my opinion and my experience was not allowed into the school at all, period. Like, can't get a virtual tour, can't go check on my daughter, you know, after our governor said that they're launching an investigation. So we need to implement that policy, recognizes parents as the primary stakeholders, not just participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Next, we have Melissa Craps. Ms. Craps lives in Lexington and has students that attend Lexington Elementary.
Good evening. Tonight I would like to talk about things getting back to normal for our children. I understand that this week the schools open back up to parents. That's great. I honestly don't think we should have kept away, but those are the COVID restrictions. My 10-year-old asked me sorry, I'm nervous. My 10-year-old asked me a couple of weeks ago when she would be allowed to play with the other students on the playground. Like right now, they have to play with their classroom, and they're only allowed to go on certain equipment at certain times of the week. As of yesterday, there are 23 positive COVID cases in students in our district and 1 staff. There are 271 quarantined students and 3 quarantined staff. So out of the whole district population, there's 29,127 people. The COVID positive rate for our district right now is 0.0823, so less than 1%. We are now in moderate spread. When will we be in low spread? I would like to think that it would be now, since there's less than 1% COVID positive cases in our district. Can we please move on from this? Can we please drop these COVID restrictions? My child isn't able to play in the 5th grade band this year. Why? They are hoping that the district, the school board, will vote for them to be able to get together. I mean, why can't 10 kids meet after school and learn how to play musical instruments? Things will never get back to normal as long as we keep these regulations up. I am more worried about my children's social development than the school district getting sued. That's why I think this is still going on. You all are more worried about getting sued than the mental health of the next generation coming out of the school, unless it's for the ESSER funds. I mean, those are the only 2 reasons why I can see why we're still going on with this. There is no law stating that we have to go by DHEC guidelines. They are simply guidelines. If parents think participating in certain activities will risk their child getting sick, then they have the right to keep them away from those particular activities. COVID-19 is a flu. It is going to keep coming back around. It's going to keep mutating into different strands. We have to learn to live with this. Enough is enough.
Thank you, Ms. Krebs. Next, we have Ms. Catherine Carter Jeffcoat. She lives in Lexington and has students that attend Gilbert Elementary.
Good evening. This right here is your district policy manual, procurement code, South Carolina FOIA law, South Carolina Code Section 59, and I could have brought more, but essentially these documents here should guide the way that you govern and operate as a board and as a district. So why is the board having such a hard time figuring out process and procedures, so much so that on our agenda is an item for an Attorney General's opinion on a matter that is clearly spelled out in black letter law? Why are we continually seeking legal advice on matters that are clearly addressed in policy and law? If I can read all of this and have a firm understanding of proper process and procedures, then surely those of you who have been on this board for years should have no excuse. The problem is that you're not seeking legal advice for clarity, you're seeking legal advice to give yourselves permission to do whatever you want. For instance, this ad hoc committee meeting, these are your B policies. Policy BDE says that the function of special committees is fact-finding, deliberative, advisory, but never administrative or legislative. But at the recent ad hoc committee meeting, they voted to enter a contract for legal services. Is entering a contract fact-finding? No. Deliberative? No. Advisory? No. Contracting for legal services is an administrative function that requires board or superintendent approval per our procurement code. A nice loophole for circumventing the authority of the board in this situation. Through correspondence with a board member, I found out that these legal services are being funded by the Office of the Superintendent, and that is why the ad hoc committee had purchasing power. Did that not send up a red flag for anyone? Especially when most, if not all, of our other legal services have come from the board account according to our monthly expenditures. But it doesn't matter anyways, because the superintendent can make as many line item transfers as he wants. If he doesn't have the money, he can just transfer from another account. Why are we allowing the superintendent, who is governed by these policies, to serve as a sitting member on this committee and give direct input into their revision and review? Why can't he sit with the members of the staff who are providing advice to the committee? At the last committee meeting, the superintendent contradicted himself, saying that policies that weren't fleshed out somewhere else in the policy manual should be then gone back to and changed. But then he said, you don't want to be in a perpetual state of tweaking your policy. Just create comprehensive and thorough policies to begin with now that the work is on the table. He even said you don't want your policies to back you into a corner. Well, of course, he doesn't want your policies to back him into a corner. That would mean accountability. Oh, and by the way, policy BBA says the policies will be in written form and continually reevaluated to meet the changing needs and functions of the district. So yes, contrary to what the committee members were told, we do need to constantly tweak our policies. You are the board. You can add as much detail into your policies as you'd like. So 4 members, a majority of our board, entered into this contract, either by way of vote or signature, except it wasn't a majority vote because 3 members were never given the opportunity to discuss the contract bids, nor did they even know about it. This is the epitome of a dysfunctional board. Not a single one of you has any more power than the other, yet you operate with secret meetings, lone wolf decision-making, and now attempting to withhold an elected official from her rights afforded to her by law.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffcoat. Next, we have Summer Adams. Ms. Adams lives in Lexington and has students that attend Lexington Middle and River Bluff.
Thanks for the time. Like some of the other moms here, we are transplants. While originally Texans, we have moved here from communist Washington State, and we are not going back to communism. I will keep fighting for my kids. I will keep speaking up. We came here for a better life. We heard lots of good things, and we were so pleasantly surprised to hear that there was a good place to go to, a place for safety, good education, and we found a lot of those things to be true. We absolutely love it here. However, we're finding that this rhetoric of domestic terrorists, parents that speak up at board meetings, is absolutely ridiculous. And we're finding that that does not differ from what we are feeling from this board. I heard about the other email earlier and that there was only one response. It was very disappointing. And while I see that there's a link for parents, for information that parents can access on the websites and for their schools, that's just not good enough. We know that there's some information available to us, but we'd really like to have more access to what what books our kids are checking out at the library. We had to jump through hoops this week to even get that information. We would like to see a resolution. I'm going to add my name to that list. It's not enough just to say, well, you have rights. That's not good enough. With the rhetoric that's going around, this narrative being pushed by a certain administration right now on a national basis, that is horrifying. And we'd like to be a team. I know y'all don't think that. We want to be a team with you. We want to be a partnership, not just parents versus teachers, parents versus school board. We would love to see Lexington, South Carolina, which I have bragged a lot about to other friends, and I know a lot of other people are coming from New York and different states and looking for a place of refuge. We would love to be a leader in that. We would love to see our school board stand up and say, you know what, parents, you're right, you do have rights. And we have this resolution, this motto, to show the rest of the country what it should be like between parents and a school board. So I would encourage that, please. I've seen some of the material too. I'm totally horrified by it. I think that as a parent of a high schooler and middle schooler, seeing that they have access to that. Luckily, I have really raised my kids with good values, and I'm proud of their choices. But other parents also raise their kids with good values, and yet they have access to just trash, and that's not okay. We need to protect our kids. Also, this whole quarantine thing, I'm going to add my name to that as well. That needs to go. That's ridiculous. We do not punish healthy children. This affects not just their health, because the kids are not suffering from this. It's not affecting them, but the quarantining is affecting them. Our kids had severe anxiety thinking that they might be quarantined, and my kids, who just finally get to be in person after being totally locked down in Washington State, they get to be with friends, these new friends, great teachers. We're pleased with our teachers this year. They don't want to be quarantined because they were exposed. They're healthy, they're fine. So we're not doing that. So parents, keep your kids in school. Thanks for the guidelines, but no thanks. We're gonna march our kids back into school and say they're healthy, where we're not punishing them. And again, we just like to work with y'all and be a team. Please take the lead and be an example for the rest of the nation, please.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Next, we have Ms. Debbie Heim. Ms. Heim lives in Lexington and has a student that attends Lexington High School.
Welcome to all our new people. This is about a program, Ms. Green, just so that's clear, because that is something that is perfectly fine to talk about. Houston, we have a problem. The academic performance of our schools has been falling over the last several years. Coincidentally, during the same time, we have had a new superintendent. In 2016, he introduced our district to the New York City Leadership Academy, a training group that advocates replacing critical race theory with culturally responsive learning. When they made a 27-minute documentary, they showcased 2 districts in the nation, one in Des Moines, Iowa, and ours. Several of our employees and schools were featured. Then this spring, they hosted an hour-long webinar with both superintendents. Guess what? The Des Moines School Board recently fired their superintendent for violating state law. I am personally aware of several state laws being violated in this district since I started coming to board meetings in February. Our district has 2 specific programs directly from this Leadership Academy. The All Means All Committee that seems to rank our students by categories, but the public is not allowed to have easy access to information about this. When I made a Freedom of Information Act request for who was on the committee, the meeting minutes, and correspondence about it, I was told this cost $291. So I made a different request for just the meeting minutes, and wouldn't you know it, this committee, quote, does not take or keep meeting minutes. Amazing. This New York City Leadership Academy also gives us our Aspiring Principals Academy, where we, quote, develop our own pipeline and internal capacity for administrators. A FOIA request for information about this program costs over $1,500 per year minimum. I was told it would cost me in excess of $4,500 to receive information for a program that my son's principal has recently gone through. Why does this district not want me to have this information, as evidenced by an exorbitant cost? And I just recently learned in the last few weeks we turned over another assistant principal at my son's school. Guess how much we pay for this program that coincidentally has been used in our district for the last several years as we have been doing worse? February 2017 was our first payment, and we are currently at over $1 million. Does the board even keep track of this? I did. Do we measure these results? How? While we've been using this program, we've had high administrative turnover. Our superintendent set this situation up after the board hired him with this statement about administrators retiring or moving to other schools. So we would have a coming administration crisis on our hands. Our district talks a lot about staff retention, and we still have open positions. Why would good employees leave a good district? Has there been an increase in complaints about these replacement school administrators? Our academic standards have gone down, as the report card this year showed our district lost an average of 10 points in academic testing across the district. Richland Lexington District 5 did not. It is the board's responsibility to hire a proficient superintendent who can perform their duty well for our students. Please fix this problem, even if it requires a proficient superintendent for our students who deserve safe and academically rigorous schools. When we set the standard high, our children will achieve high. Thank you.
Next, we have Matthew Heim. Mr. Heim lives in Lexington and has a student that attends Lexington High School.
Oh, well, thanks. So, pretty interesting meeting so far. I'd just like to encourage all the men out there, especially, you know, we have voices too. We can use them. It's okay. One thing too. So, honestly, I had stuff written down, but I've just got to ask some questions here. But first, I just want to tell my little story about FOIAs. It's really easy to make a FOIA request. Anyone can do it. It just stands for Freedom of Information Act. It's a sunshine law. Different places, open public records. Different places call them different things. In the website, you go to the top right corner, there's a little magnifying glass, click on that. One of the links is Freedom of Information Acts. It's also information for the board in case they wanted to make some. And really you just say, I'm making a Freedom of Information Act request for any and all public records for whatever you're interested in. And you send the email off to the FOIA officer. I don't want to say her name, but you can easily find her if you just go to the website. And about 10 days later, you'll get or business days later, you'll get a reply telling you if the information's a public record or not and how much it costs. And the costs are a real concern. I've made all kinds of FOIA requests, not all kinds, maybe like less than 10, I think. But one of them was for procurement exempt purchases for about a year. I just wanted the purchase orders. I was interested in who was spending what on what and kind of what we were getting. $607. Whoa, that was a lot of money. I made a request for other things as well, but the costs are expensive, okay? And usually when things are expensive, it makes people not want to spend money on them. So thankfully, the people who wrote the law were really smart, and they said, hey, if the information primarily benefits the general public, we can reduce the fee or even waive the fee entirely. Wow. You would think that public funds would be something that would generally provide insight for the general public. So I asked the FOIA officer, hey, has this ever happened? And she looks at me and she says, not to my knowledge. And I said, well, hey, could you let me know how many times, we've had reduced costs or waived fees completely? I asked that over the summer. I'm still waiting on the response. So there's a little bit more I'll probably have to save till next time, but did anybody catch what was said during Ms. Holmesley's exchange with the board? She said, or someone said, we have chosen not to include an email. I wasn't aware the board voted on that. In case you didn't know, the FOIA laws also prohibit votes in executive session, not executive privilege, only attaches for certain things, but all votes are to be done in public. So absolutely no voting, and I would certainly not want to see anybody talking about votes back there because that's all public record and needs to be done during the public comment. So the other thing too with the FOIA is somebody made a decision to purchase those books. So you could just say, hey, I'd like all public records related to policies and procedures for district book approval. Let's just see what you get. You never know. So that's kind of the beauty of the government is it's open, it's ours. We can use it, this is our information. Just start asking for it, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heim. Next we have Brandy Reimer. Is that the right last name? Okay, good. Brandy Reimer. Ms. Reimer lives in Pillion and has students that attend Pillion Middle and Pillion High.
Good evening, and as Chairwoman Green has stated, I have children that attend Pillion Middle School and Pillion High School. My oldest has been in the school district now since his 6th grade year. We came from Lexington 2 schools. I grew up in Lexington 2 schools. We got away for reasons, major reasons, that we thought we were not gonna have to address in this district. When a child at 11 or 12 years old comes home and says, we got away from this from these schools, why are we having to deal with it here? I thought this was supposed to be better. Well, we've been working on this. For 5 years, I have addressed these schools, asking that parents come together. And now that we've actually created a group or formed a group, which is Pillion Parents Awareness Club, or PPAC, whatever you want to call it, it started informal, but it's to address the bullying and not just the bullying. And I understand that law enforcement cannot get involved or remove a student from a classroom when it's a public disorderly conduct issue, but when it's a criminal act within these schools, law enforcement should be allowed to step in, especially when a parent requests law enforcement's involvement. That's not being addressed. It's also my understanding that there's no evidence to suggest any lack of, I guess what we're trying to say is availability or involvement with the school on certain issues. And as other parents have talked about, Lord knows, everybody's heard about these fights, and apparently the parents hear about it before the school administration does, which is an issue. Law enforcement's not allowed to be involved. And there is evidence to suggest that things are not being addressed in these schools because we've had to deal with it personally as parents. We've had children to personally be involved in situations that are not being addressed. It gets put on the back burner or it gets swept under the rug. I've encouraged every parent in the Pillion area that has students to attend these schools, to come to our meetings, address these issues with the board, or address it with their school administration. It's not to bash the district. It's not to bash the schools or the administration or the staff or the teachers even. And I encourage other parents in your areas, in Lexington, Gilbert, get a group together, have your own little meetings, come together and build that relationship with the district. Because if we don't, because it starts with us, and it also starts with this board, because there's also a memorandum of understanding. Parents need to be aware of what's going on there. Understand that policy. I know a lot of you have, some of us, are still learning these things, but there are a lot of things that need to be addressed that are not being addressed, and it is going unseen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reimer. Sorry. Next, we have Elisa Walters. Ms. Walters lives in Lexington and has students that attend Pillion Middle and Pillion Elementary.
Okay, so this is my first meeting. I'm extremely nervous. Gonna try not to stutter too much up here, say what I have to say. My son is an 8th grader at Pillion Middle School. I also have a student at Pillion Elementary. Since the first day at Pillion Middle School, he has gone down as far as his self-confidence, his just in every way he's become negative, and I love you, son, but he was kind of hard to be around because he will admit he was just mad every day because of bullying and harassment, and the teachers just sit there like, watch your mouth, don't talk like that, let's just go over here. Nothing is being done. Make a report about it. Come tell me about it. I'm here for you. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because there has been many, and I'm angry, as you can see. I have a lot to say and not enough time. What happened to the respect and discipline that students should be showing in the classrooms? I've seen evidence from my child in the classrooms of him, and it's bad enough it's in the books, but the other children saying what they're saying in the classrooms while the teachers are teaching or standing next to them at another desk, and the kids are just using this vulgar language that is even worse than what's in the books. Where are the teachers? Are they not allowed to say anything? Are they not allowed to do anything? When we moved here, everybody told us how great Pillion was, how great Lexington 1 was. It was amazing. That was perfect for us. That's why we came here. Good. My kids are going to have a great school. Now, I'm withdrawing him from school because I've had enough. I have sent emails to the school. I sent an email to Molly Spearman. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that, but I did. It got forwarded to the assistant principal so she could help us. We've been down that road. I went there. That was kind of an insult to me because we know we can go to the assistant principal. We've done that. Nothing happened. Make a report. Make a report. At what point does the school protect the children? It doesn't matter if it's 1 child or 100. They should all feel safe and listened to and protected. When my child can't go in the bathroom because he's afraid of getting threats of being beaten up. There's vaping and all that crap going on in the bathroom too. Kids will be kids. I get that. Bullying has evolved. It follows children home on their phones and social media, and it is no longer a safe place for them. Once that bell rings, the bullying doesn't stop. It follows them home, and it's a shame that it's taking parents, I have 30 seconds, 26 seconds. It's just a shame that I've had to send so many emails and ask for help, and it's come down to the last 2 days, Thursday and Friday, I heard from the principal. The actual principal. Every other day, it was assistant principal or a counselor or someone, but now the principal wants to help me out now that he's being pulled out. It's too little, too late. And I'm here to help stand up for all the other students who don't feel safe in any schools, Lexington or wherever. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walters. Next, we have Monica Rhymes. Ms. Rhymes lives in Lexington and has a student that attends Lexington Elementary.
I think this speaks to what the former speaker was saying. I'm reading this petition that was circulated online by parent David Walters from Pelion. And he says, I'm writing this petition as a concerned parent of 2 children in the Lexington 1 school district. My children attended the elementary and middle school of Pelion, South Carolina. My hope for this petition is to get someone's attention from the school board and for something to be done about the environment our kids are trying to get an education in. Maintaining a safe and supportive learning environment is important for students' well-being and quality of education. Something has to change. These schools are filled with excessive violence, obscene language and profanity, and kids as young as 13 smoking tobacco and marijuana on school property. The administration at these schools are not doing anything to remedy this ongoing problem. Teachers are turning a blind eye to things in class that should warrant suspension from school. Even more concerning is the bullying and fighting that is taking place and no consequences are being given, or it's just a warning. These issues should be met with zero tolerance. I'm not so naive to think that we can end all fights in school. They are kids and it's going to happen. But when your child is scared to use the restroom because he's threatened, pushed into the wall, and choked, there's a serious problem. We even had to pull one out of school and continue with homeschooling because the threats and his anxiety were just getting out of control. Countless times, my children and my wife have met with teachers, principals, and counselors only to be told that their hands are tied and they're trying to make all students aware of bullying. Really, I think they're all very aware. My son has sent me countless videos of people in classes cussing the teachers out, being disrespectful, bullying other students in the same room with the teacher. A lot of kids' grades are slipping due to the fact that they're not being given a fair opportunity to learn. Also, videos of kids beating up others are being recorded in schools and uploaded to social media. The bullying and mental abuse doesn't stop anymore when you leave school. It's following kids home on Facebook, TikTok, and other platforms. And people wonder why kids are snapping and taking knives and guns to school. They've had enough, They've had enough, and the people who we entrust our children and safety to on a daily basis are not stepping in. Do your job. When I was a student, you didn't disrespect your teachers, smoke, or fight in schools without getting in trouble. What happened? Getting rid of these troublemakers, adding additional resource officers, and doing something to get these schools under control. Please, I ask for your signature and support in finding a solution to better these schools. A child should not have to be scared to attend school.
Thank you, Ms. Rhymes. That concludes our citizens' participation. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. All right, we are moving on to item 10.0, action items. Do I hear a motion to approve one athletic travel request?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the recommendation of one athletic trip request. The request was reviewed and in compliance with the board policy.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I believe that we will turn it over to Mr. Caldwell to provide some discussion on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Little. This is a request for 13 athletes and 4 chaperones to travel to Tennessee during winter break, December 20th through 22nd, for a basketball tournament. There are no school days that will be missed, of course, but any overnight out-of-state travel does require board approval, and we are bringing that forth tonight, requesting such approval. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Caldwell about this request? No? All right. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Do I hear a motion to approve a diploma, Act 155 diploma request?
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve one individual request to receive the South Carolina High School Diploma pursuant to Act 155 of 2014.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. I believe Mr. Caldwell is going to talk through this one as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very briefly, just a quick history lesson. Back in 2015, Act 155 removed the requirement for an exit examination to receive a high school diploma and made it retroactive to 1990. So students who, from 1990 forward, who were unable to get a diploma because they did not pass HSAP or BSAP or whatever the requirement was, were denied a diploma. That has been removed. That obstacle has been removed, and we do have a request from a student. The transcript has been checked. The student meets all other requirements for graduation, and we would submit that information with your approval to the State Department in hopes that that student would receive a high school diploma.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Does anyone have any questions about this?
It just popped in my head. Do we have a lot of students, I mean, we could go back and look, who could go back and get their diploma?
I don't know the answer to that. This is the second one that I've brought
Right.
since school counseling has been under student services. I know when this first started in 2015, there was lots and lots of requests. To your question of how many could but haven't, I don't know that. That might be,
I remember that first wave, we approved like 20, 30 at a time. So, but your point's fair, is how many out there could earn a high school diploma
Right.
because they completed the credits but didn't pass the test that need that diploma?
Right.
It'd be interesting to know,
Well,
to help them and solicit.
Right.
some.
a
Right.
way
I mean,
that we
I love
Yeah.
that this is that they have this option now.
Yeah, but
I
where
think-
she's going is
yeah.
we should ping them.
Yeah.
It's not a bad
we
idea.
should, like, find them.
Mhm.
we'll move on that. I will talk with Mr. Pender tomorrow. Thank
Mr.
you.
Caldwell, do we happen to know the current age of this person? I
This
just wonder
one,
how long they had to wait, you
No,
know?
this one I do not know, Mr.
Okay.
Anderson. I don't have the actual application in front of me.
Anyone else? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the motion carries. Board members, you received the Delegate Assembly Handbook containing the recommendations from the South Carolina School Board Association committees on 2022 officers and directors, 2022 legislative resolutions, and constitution and bylaws changes. The Delegate Assembly will take place on December 4th. Ms. Garris and myself will serve as Lexington One's delegates and will cast the board's 9 votes. Do I hear a motion for the board to approve these recommendations?
Madam Chair, and if there's no objection from the board, I have 3 motions here, and I'll just read them all together at one time, and we will vote separately for each. Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the South Carolina School Board Association's nominating committee recommendation for SCASBA's 2022 officers and directors. Motion number 2, I move that the board approve SCASBA's Legislative Committee's recommendation for SCASBA's 2022 legislative resolutions. And number 3, I move that the board approve the SCASBA's Policy and Constitution Committee recommendations for constitution and bylaws changes.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And we'll take that as a single motion and do a single vote on that since you read it together. And I think that's fine. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. All right, is there any discussion?
I have some discussion. I don't necessarily agree with some of the nominating committee's recommendations for officers and also for legislative resolutions, but in the interest of time, I will not go through those individually.
Okay, all right, thank you. And just for the sake of information, the legislative resolutions from the School Board Association are simply a list of items that the School Board Association advocates with the General Assembly on behalf of school districts for, like it could be teacher raises, teacher retention measurements,
School safety.
school safety, school buses, anything that might be bills that might be going through the General Assembly that will have impact on our public schools and our school districts. These resolutions define for the School Board Association's lobbyists and advocates how to advocate for our students and our teachers and our schools. And they do great work. They do really are a good voice for public school students at the state level. All right, so we have a motion and a second.
I would like to clarify something. Those aren't, anything that you mentioned is not what I disagree with.
Okay, thank you. And just for information, also when the board approves this, as delegates, we will vote on behalf of the board at the delegate assembly. So our 9 votes will all be cast the same. That's the way this works. So, all right, so we have a motion and a second. And we're voting all together on to approve the nominating committee's recommendations, the legislative committee's recommendations, and the policy and constitution committee recommendations. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Jade is opposed.
All right, and the motion carries 6-1. All right. All right, board members, at the October 19th board meeting, the board voted to seek an opinion from the South Carolina Attorney General and the SCSBA. The request was to clarify the scope of documents that a member of the public body could ask to be included in the minutes of the meeting. You have received drafts of the letters as recommended by our attorney. Do I hear a motion that the board approve the letters to be submitted to the South Carolina Attorney General's Office and the South Carolina School Boards Association?
Madam Chair, I move the board approve the letters to be submitted to the South Carolina Attorney General's Office and the South Carolina School Board Association.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any discussion?
I make a motion to amend the request to the AG by making edits to page 2 of the document.
All right. Just a second. All right, we have a motion to open the floor to amend the document. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, motion fails. All right, are there any other questions or discussion about the letter? All right, all in favor of the letter, the letters, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
All right. All right, and the motion passes. All right. Moving on to 11.0. And we are now at the superintendent's update.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This week certainly was a big week for Lexington One. For the first time this year, we maintained moderate spread for 14 consecutive days. That means we are essentially operating as normal, as where we currently are. Schools have been communicating with their families, especially in elementary school, where typically the changes are more obvious or more impactful. As a reminder, in moderate spread, volunteers are welcome back. Field experiences, as you heard today, the athletic trips are already being scheduled. Cafeterias are filling back up. It is certainly a very exciting time. We're hoping community spread continues to drop throughout the holidays. That'll certainly continue to be a good sign. I certainly do ask parents a reminder for patience as schools are transitioning, so they're not going from 0 to 60. They're still sort of figuring some stuff out. But if you have questions, please contact your administrator, and they will be more than happy to help you. This week is also American Education Week. I just want to take a moment to thank all the men and women in our schools that are make our schools so special because of their hard work and their dedication to our children and their community. I'm so proud of their work and what they've accomplished in extraordinary times. Just as another update, beginning in December, Dr. Clamp will be convening a team that will review our current dress code and gather some feedback and bring recommendations to the board. That current policy hasn't been updated in some time, so we're reviewing it, and they'll get some feedback from our focus groups and those kinds of things. And finally, I am pleased to really give you a preview for next month's meeting. We hope to announce a really exciting partnership, a new higher education partnership that will continue to offer unique opportunities for our students. And I think we're doing we have to discover, design, and develop is I think what we talked about, really cutting edge ideas. And so we'll be bringing that to you next time. And so we're very excited about what that looks like. As you know, our higher education partnerships have grown exponentially, and this is just a continuation of what that looks like. So just those some general updates from me, and I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Matt Warren.
Dr. Little, just real quick. So at the next meeting, Dr. Clamp's going to present to us feedback he's gotten from like different schools with
No, ma'am.
dress code?
He'll begin this coming month, and then we'll talk about that second semester.
And so currently all of our schools then are doing their dress code right now based off of our current policy.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Mr. Warren. Hey, Mr. Warren, hang on just a second. Is his mic on?
Good evening, Dr. Little, Madam Chair, members of the board. This month, we wanted to bring you an operations update different than what you have seen previously. We are currently past the halfway point of our 2018 building program and felt it was an appropriate time to provide a status update on completed projects and projects currently underway within our program. But before we do that, I did want to recognize once again Beechwood Middle School for another award that the school recently received. If you remember, back in September, we brought to you information about an award they won from the Association for Learning Environments. This award is from the American School and University, another award for outstanding design for middle school. Once again, a partnership between Jumper Carter Cease Architects, HG Reynolds Construction, of course, Lexington won. Very proud of that facility, very proud of how it turned out, and really enjoy visiting there and seeing the staff and students flourish inside that building. So another pat on the back for Beechwood Middle School and for the design team and construction team and for the school district for the work that we all did bringing that school to life. Okay, what you see on the screen here is the facilities program schedule that we developed to implement this program. It is based on a number of factors, market conditions, budget negotiations, material availability. I know you really can't see the fine print here, but I did want to show you this as just a frame of reference for what we use to guide our work during this program. There are three phases to each project on the schedule. We have the design phase, we have the contract negotiations phase, and a construction phase. These dates are reflected on our building program website. This is a very fluid schedule that is based on a number of factors. What you see reflected is a target implementation that we began this program with. The red line that you see, right here going down the schedule represents November of 2021, where we are currently. So you can see that we are now past the midpoint of our program, which is why we thought it was a great time to bring this unique operations update to you. This slide provides a breakdown of our 2018 building program. Honestly, when looking at this and trying to communicate this, I struggle with putting a hard number on the total of projects within our program. I said 41 because there are 41, if you look at our schedule, what's posted on the website, there are 41 project line items on our building plan document. But when you get into specifics of this program, which is what we do every single day, there are many more. For example, you see the line item for the future ready furniture rollout. Well, that rollout impacts 28 schools. So even though that's one line item, that's 28 projects that require lots of logistics, lots of procurement, lots of planning with the school administration, staff, our vendors, making sure that that project is done successfully, and really has very little impact on the educational environment of the school, which is always a goal of ours. The technology upgrades that you see here, once again, another line item. Of course, those will happen at every facility. And the secured access control, as you see here, that's one line item in our program, but once again, that's a project that it represents every one of our schools. This slide provides a status summary on the line items within our building plan. As noted, we have completed 18 of the 41 line items. 16 more projects are actively underway. And to provide more framework for the in-process projects, once again, we have several that impact every school. And I just mentioned the furniture, the technology piece, also the secured access controls piece. We have fully completed 21 of the 28 schools for the future ready furniture rollout. Lexington High School will make 22, and we will be done there in December with our first high school. We've completed all the elementary schools and all the middle schools for the furniture. I would like to take this moment and thank the board. Thank you for your foresight to approve CM at risk contracts and design firm contracts right out of the gate, which allowed us to get a major jump start on our work. Other districts who didn't take that approach really lost valuable time, and we didn't. We were able to hit the ground running and get the work started right away, so thank you for that. Also like to point out that we are just past the midpoint time-wise for our building program, and we have spent, you see here, $224.5 million, 62% of the funds, and it notes the work is on schedule with expenditures, and we are working diligently to maintain that momentum through this program. This projects you out to August of 22, 1 year. you see that a year from now, we project to be 71% complete with our program. We project them all complete or either underway. And as information, we do have the flexibility to extend the time of our program past the 5-year mark if market conditions or the construction landscape dictates that we take that approach. So excited to see that 0 there for next August is our plan to have every one of our projects completed or underway. I want to dive right in and give you just a quick summary of our completed projects. A lot of these you are obviously very familiar with and have seen multiple photos of. I didn't want to flood you with pictures again, but I did want to take some time and note, all of our completed work during this program. Centerville Elementary School, number 1, you see up there. It's a new elementary school in Gilbert attendance area. Broke ground April 30th, 2019, and was ready for students and staff for the 2021 school year. This prototype design mirroring Deerfield, Rocky Creek, and Meadow Glen, 128,000 square foot facility designed for 1,000 students. Another completed project in the Gilbert attendance area was a transitioning of Gilbert Primary School into the new Gilbert Elementary. A couple of highlights in this project include totally redesigning the parent pickup and drop-off loop. The goal of this project was to keep traffic off of Main Street in Gilbert. We were able to accomplish that. Also replace classroom doors and hardware to meet ADA standards, interior painting, replace tile in the cafeteria, extensive HVAC upgrades, replace the kitchen hood, serving lines, and also correct the existing playground drainage issues at Gilbert Elementary. Peon High School is a completed project, and one that turned out exceptionally well. Well, they all do, but this one especially. Really enjoyed this project. At Peon High School, we provided them a first-class weight room and wrestling room, added a visitor locker room at the school stadium, also completed major track renovations of the competition track, added 2 lanes, making it an 8-lane track. We totally redid the track surface, added a track locker room, as well as a new concession stand. And it's been a joy to watch the kids in Peon compete in those spaces. Peon Middle School replacement, we broke ground April 30th, 2019, the same day as Centerville, was ready for students and staff in January of 2021. Prototype design mirroring Beechwood Middle. We just had the dedication of the facility last night. Really has been rewarding, once again to see that facility in use for the deserving students and staff of Peon. Peon Elementary School completed project, replaced the kitchen hood, serving lines, replaced classroom doors, hardware, replaced the ceiling tile and upgraded light fixtures. Also, we re-roofed the kindergarten classroom addition, completed project. You'll see a number of these here, a lot of our newer facilities, Deerfield, Rocky Creek, having opened Deerfield in 2014. We completed the secure entry upgrades at the Deerfield in the fall of 2019, like we did at all the other schools. And you see that line item was one that we jumped on right out of the gate. It was very important to us for safety purposes to get those secure access controls completed, and we did that back in the fall of 2019. Carolina Springs Elementary School completed project. You'll see a lot of this through our program, added much needed storage space, really a need at a lot of our schools, a new custodial building. Replaced the folding partition, providing them new sports floor in the gym, additional bus canopy, also additional sidewalks and some interior painting. That is a completed project. See Mr. Hardy in attendance here. We've got White Knoll Middle School, completed project. Completed the scope there. Highlights from this project include a new custodial building, new staff parking lot, renovations to fine art spaces, ceiling tile replacement, lighting upgrades, new restroom toilet partitions, added a canopy at the bus loop. We replaced corridor carpet, as you see in the picture here, VCT in the cafeteria, and providing dressing areas for theater performances. And this is just an example of a project that requires, extensive coordination, not just with their operations team, but also with the school. I mean, these folks have to continue to have school even during the summer, and it's really a lot of work and a lot of logistics to make sure that can continue.
And Mr. Warren, I know this is way in the weeds, but don't those wedges on the carpet, they can be interchanged and replaced? That way, if we have a bad spill, instead of the whole carpet having to be done.
Correct.
That's huge. That's
carpet
good
tiles,
savings. Yeah.
Carpet tiles, and we do use those everywhere now, and it does help for stains and easy fixes when we need to. Red Bank Elementary School, another completed project. New kitchen hood was done there, new serving lines, new cooler freezer. Painted the ceiling grid, replaced ceiling tiles, upgraded classroom doors and hardware, making them ADA compliant, made upgrades to their custodial storage building, and renovated completely their administrative area. One of our additions was Whiten Elementary School, a 4-classroom kindergarten addition. Also at Whiten Elementary School, we did window replacements, fire alarm replacements, and kitchen equipment upgrades. Oak Grove Elementary, another classroom addition. We added 5 classrooms, replaced their STEM lab, art room, and music rooms, replaced ceiling grid and tiles in a large portion of the facility, added an additional parking bay in front of the school. Safety and security lighting was done, fire protection sprinkler system, classroom door replacement, fire access improvements, and a storage building for custodial use. We renovated student restrooms, as well as renovated their main office and guidance spaces.
Mr. Warren, we were able to do a school visit to Oak Grove on Friday, which was so nice to be back in the schools, and that school looks absolutely amazing. I mean, really, the new entry and welcome area, the office area, the school's so much brighter, and I mean, the renovations really have just made the facility match the instruction and the teaching that happens there.
Thank you.
And the security upgrades were nice, very different than our last visit. So.
Yes. Whiten High School, I did put this in here as a, this is another example. We have a lot of these projects that are multi-phases. Like Whiten High School is not officially completed because we're wrapping up their Performing Arts Center, but their 32 classroom addition is done. This space is being utilized wonderfully by the Timberwolves. Students and staff are flourishing in this space. It includes traditional classroom space, design lab space, functional job skills training space. Also at Whiten Knoll, we've completed classroom HVAC replacement, partial roof replacement, interior upgrades, including corridor replacement that is nearing completion. And the classroom addition does allow Whiten Knoll to vacate their portables, which was a big goal for us to get them all inside the building there. Rocky Creek, secure access controls were done very early in the program. Meadow Glen, another example of where we jumped on those controls and got that safety feature done, very early in this program. Lexington Elementary School, another completed project. If you've been down North Lake Drive recently, you will have noticed this project really required extensive coordination with the town of Lexington, not just with the school, with operations, but we had to work with the town on this one. It was really critical that our site work scope lined up with the work the town of Lexington was completing. The Harmon Street extension and widening of North Lake will all coordinate with our work as intended. Outside of the major site work we did there, we totally redesigned their car stacking lane, replaced ceiling tile in the majority of the facility. Custodial storage building was done. We demolished the 300, 400, and 500 buildings at the top of the hill, replaced interior doors and hardware, but provided new casework. Cafeteria serving line replacement was done. Also a new sports floor in the multipurpose room. Carpet, wall-based replacement, extensive lighting and flooring upgrades were done to the library. And another example, much like Whiten Knoll Middle School, just really worked closely with the operations team and LES administration. These logistics are challenging, but possible when you have those open lines of communication with the school and the operations team. Now, we meet with the construction team and school at least weekly to discuss project timeframes, scope, budget, and logistics to make sure everyone has a working knowledge of the project. Lexington High School, we addressed major storage needs there at the track and tennis facility. You see one of the buildings here in the photo, completed asphalt overlay around the campus. Also extensive roof replacement was done at Lexington High School. Our maintenance facility needed some work. We did this early on in the program, re-roofed the old shop area at our maintenance facility. That is complete. LTC is a completed project. We did asphalt overlay there around campus, provided new canopies at labs, repaired windows around campus. A new lab roll-up door was installed, renovated locker rooms and group toilets, and ADA restroom upgrades were done at LTC.
Mr. Warren, I want to mention one.
Go ahead.
I toured LTC this summer with my son, just to look at the programs there, and they were so excited about those canopies just because it made that space, it extends their classrooms outside, and so many of those programs need that access. It's funny, you think of that, as a canopy, it's just a porch, but really it's very important for the instruction that happens in those programs.
Just their equipment too, it protects their equipment, allows them to get outside when it's raining, provides a lot of, like you said, extends that learning environment, outside, which is good. Kids like working outside, and teachers do too. I've talked about the security access control several times, so all that work is done. That's a completed project. All right, so projects underway currently. First off, we have Gilbert High School. That work is being done currently. Tracking nicely towards a spring completion. You see an overhead photo here of the Performing Arts Center and with the wrestling room and weight room additions in the back of the facility, right behind the fly loft there. Mr. Guyton, Dr. Guyton stepped out, but he liked the fly loft. You see an overhead, the pack addition includes an 800-seat theater, black box theater, scene shop, locker rooms, office space, and theatrical storage. The wrestling and weight room will be completed at the same time as the theater. And I've talked to Mr. Nelson, talked to Coach Leapart, many times during this, and they are just thrilled about these fine arts and athletics upgrades and how they will impact the students at Gilbert. Gilbert Middle School is rolling along. You see from the picture, the additional parking lot bay here in the front really just needs asphalt and striping. You see in the very back here, I'm gonna point at this screen for you. You can probably see that one a little better. That's the pad for the 4 classroom addition. Foundation is done there, and that's is coming online for the 2022-23 school year. The new front canopy at the school was completed prior to the school year, as well as the new school marquee sign. If you've been by Gilbert Middle School, they have a new school marquee sign, just like Gilbert Elementary does. Another example of a project where we had a lot of coordination with school administration to make sure our work doesn't interfere with what they need to do. We are underway at Forts Pond, and we've completed sports floor replacement there, folding partition replacement in the cafeteria and gym area, and we are in the design phase for their 4 classroom addition that will break ground next summer. Continue to track very well with the White Knoll High School Performing Arts Theater, tracking for a February completion. Extremely excited about this project, as the school is. Look forward to seeing it open up to students and staff. It's a 1,000-seat theater, black box theater, a dance room, a scene shop, multiple dressing rooms, office space, and theatrical storage. We're also repurposing the former theater into 2 classroom spaces for them. They will be divided by partition walls, so there'll be a very large space they can use for large meetings, large classes, something they don't currently have. So we're excited to provide that for them. Carolina Springs Middle School, 6th classroom addition is underway. This project is rolling along well also with a target completion date of early February 2022. Also providing a new custodial storage building for the school and have already completed necessary site work, including widening their car lane. That work's already been done. Saxe-Agatha, another project underway list, number 6 there. Last summer we replaced classroom windows. We also, we're working towards a custodial storage building and new serving lines and new dishwasher in the kitchen will be done this coming summer, and that project will be completed. Lakeside Middle School continues to track on schedule for opening next school year. Working with Mr. Calhoun and his staff to bring Lakeside online next year. As you know, building a new school, it's more than just construction. We established timelines for furniture, fixtures, equipment, acquisitions, along with necessary instructional materials and equipment. We create and execute a transition plan that allows for a smooth exit from the existing Lexington Middle School and entry into the new school. It's a process that requires organized and dedicated staff. Mr. Calhoun certainly has that, and our Central Services team does as well. Furthermore, in regards to Lakeside, excited to bring to you next month in December for your consideration the proposed attendance lines for Lakeside Middle. First reading for next month. Lake Murray Elementary School, underway project. We've completed roof replacement on the 200, 300, and 500 halls. We will complete this scope of work this summer. You see here another, you've seen this several times, custodial storage building. The schools are, thrilled when they see these going up because they need storage, they need that space. Also there, we've completed interior upgrades, including replacing bathroom partitions, as well as site work upgrades around the playground area. Medical and Middle School, another storage building as part of the referendum. That work will begin here soon. We are in the process of designing there. River Bluff High School is a relatively small but important scope for its building plan work. You see a photo here. We've removed all the mulch, from their parking islands in the front parking lot, replaced with Asiatic jasmine. It's like what you see out here at Central Services. Save a lot of work on the custodial staff, not to mention the effect that the mulch can have traveling down into the drainage system. We're also finishing up connecting the canopy from the student parking lot into the building. Although this project, like I said, has a smaller scope, it's still a very important one for the school. Actually, Mr. Smith texted me just the other night, citing how excited he was about this work. And just an example of, I mean, it's a small project, but it means a lot to the school, and then it means a lot to us, and we still need to execute it at a very high level. New Providence, underway there. We've already replaced their folding partitions in the cafeteria and gym, replaced lighting controls, commons area, and replaced a fire alarm panel over winter break. This work even happens over the holidays, so that will be done over winter break. And a custodial storage building will be done there as well.
Mr. Warren, could you
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a water bottle filling station on the right? Or is it?
I think it's a window.
I mean, this is really not related to this, but
Go ahead.
all of our schools have water bottle filling stations, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When were those installed? I mean,
We're installing some now. I mean, the issue with those filling stations is just the lead time on them.
right.
We're getting them as we can get them, but some schools installed on their own in years past.
Right.
But we're trying to catch up now and working to get everybody access to as many of those as we can.
Great.
But every school has one, at least.
Okay, great. Thank you.
This is elementary school number 19, project underway for us. You can see the site layout. Now, right here you see South Lake Drive right here. This is Bluefield, and this is a site layout for the school. White Knoll High School will be up here on your left. I keep pointing in this screen. I need to point at this one. Up here on your left, this is Platte Springs Road running this way. It's a prototype elementary school, same design as Centerville. We have begun pricing exercises for ES19, excited to get the construction part of this project underway very soon. Our new transportation facility, we're in budget underway with this new facility, excited about that. Our construction team has already started to assemble equipment out there. You see some of it kind of in the back here where my pointer is to begin the site work for this project. Another project that's underway, even though you haven't seen any actual work out there, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and that's what we're doing currently with the repurposing of old Gilbert Elementary School as an early childhood center for the Gilbert area. We're underway there with design work, working very closely with our instructional team and design professionals to provide this new learning opportunity for pre-K students. I spoke some earlier about our future-ready furniture rollout. Like I said, all elementary schools, all middle schools are complete. We've done approximately 2/3 of the work at LHS will be done in December. And this is a time frame for the rest of the work. We're looking at Pillion High School in March, Gilbert in July, White Knoll in July, and then also River Bluff. At River Bluff, much like Meadow Glen Middle, we're adding collaboration tables. We're not replacing the furniture at River Bluff. We're just giving them a little bit more of a collaboration space like we've done at the other schools. And then LTC fall of 2022 to wrap up our future-ready furniture rollout. And this project here, like I said before, you're getting them new furniture, but you're also removing what they currently have. So it is a logistics effort, and our team works very hard to do that and not impact the school. Technology upgrades, this is right now so far we've elementary schools have upgraded technology, projectors, VIA-GOs, sound beams, collaborative tables, TVs in grades 3 through 5. The 8 middle schools have been addressed with TVs, VIA-GOs, better connectivity, sound beams, collaboration table TVs, 5 high schools as well. We've also completed PA systems in 16 schools, upgraded equipment in 5 theaters and 15 cafeterias. Network equipment has been replaced, digital signage, lab refreshes, and the one-to-one devices in elementary schools, and then more to provide for student growth. So even though it's not checked off the list, a lot has been done, and a lot continues to happen every day with our technology upgrades.
Mr. Warren, could you update us? Tell us what VIA-GOs is. And
it is similar to Apple TV. It allows for you to connect to the screen in your classroom and project to it. A little more reliable, a little more more effective than Apple TVs we found. So that's what we all have in our schools currently. Questions in regards to that presentation or comments?
Is that all?
I got a whole nother stack down here. No, I'm just kidding.
No, what I'll share is as we look at future project costs for the organization I work at, it is amazing the exponential increase in costs. So what you mentioned about us coming out of the gates in 2018, I was on the board with our last referendum in 2008, and the district actually benefited from dropping interest rates and reduced construction costs with that referendum. I think with this referendum, we're benefiting on being so ready to start work so early, because even 12 months delay on some of these projects would have cost millions of dollars. So I think I'm trying to prepare the rest of the board, and I think we've all heard this, and our community. These last two schools, the last couple of projects are probably going to be more expensive than any of us projected back in 2018. But again, it was the commitment, and we'll make it work, I'm sure.
Yes. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you for that detailed presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
I hope that's the new norm, and I can expect that every month. The portables at White Knoll High School, you said those have been vacated. Have they been removed?
Not as of yet.
Okay. Can I get a copy of this presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, so you said first reading next month for Lakeside Middle for the new attendance lines.
Correct.
I am begging y'all to please send that to a school improvement council, PTA, PTO. I don't care. I've asked for that for years. When it comes to the board first, and then we have those community meetings, there are several things that could be addressed ahead of time if we had parent input, teacher input, staff input that could be tweaked. But when it comes to the board first, and when we have those community meetings, and then during citizens' participation, small things that could have been fixed ahead of time, everybody just bombards citizens' participation to show up here and talk about when it's something easy that could have been fixed ahead of time. That's just the way I feel.
Okay. Yeah, we can look into that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Warren. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break because we've got several things that are of substance left to go, and we've been up here for 2 hours, so 2 minutes. returned. Thank you very much for indulging a little quick break there. And I believe that you have the next item.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I would also like to introduce tonight Mr. Don Hardy, Principal, White Knoll Middle School. And he's going to give us part of his periodic update of what's happening at his school.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Little. I just appreciate the opportunity to be able to come and talk about my favorite topic, White Knoll Middle School. So it's a great place to be. A lot of great things are happening there. This is our regular update that we will do. I'll give you another one second semester as well, as we are still on the priority list because the State Department doesn't have a way to get off the priority list at the moment, but we will be working on that part. So let's go through and hit what's going on that's new. As you remember from last year, we hit some things that we wanted to change, and a couple of things we changed was, first thing, which I think was extremely important, was giving the kids more choice in our academic connections. Like we talked about, that's our hook. For a lot of our kids, they need to have something that they want to come to school for, and it's not always going to be your core classes. And so we set that up because originally, if they would have band and resource, that's all they'd be able to have. Or if they had course and PE, that's all they'd be able to have. So now they get choices of 3. We do an ABC schedule where they rotate through to be able to have them up to 2 to 3 times a week. So far, the students seem to be enjoying that, and they definitely like the choice that they're getting now. So students that weren't able maybe to get into the art program now can get into the art program.
So those are like the related arts and stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
So ABC, so like Monday you do one, Tuesday you do a different one, Wednesday you do a different one?
Yes, ma'am. We'll rotate through the 3 different ones that they can have a rotation on.
So how many periods a day do y'all have?
So we would have 9 periods, but that's counting advocacy and lunch as well.
So is world language all year?
Yes, ma'am. Well, yes and no. If it's a high school bearing credit, so if it's French 1 or French 2, then it would be all year long. But we also offer an elective, which is exposing the kids to different world languages, because the goal is for them, A, get exposed to culture, but also try to pick what is that language you want to do in high school for that credit.
Okay.
We are an ABC school, so arts and basic curriculum. We got renewed with that certification last year. We went through that program. Every grade level has a cart that has different arts activities for the kids to be able to use. The arts teachers, the nice thing is because we are on this rotation schedule, the related arts teachers now every week they're going to have time during each grade level's planning to be able to work with those teachers to be able to incorporate some arts in the curriculum, which was not always the case whenever we were on the regular schedule. Regular schedule, they might only have planning during 7th grade or during the 8th grade. Now they all have planning during one of those grade levels during that week to be able to partner with them. We do have 2 part-time math and ELA interventionists. What I mean by part-time is they teach half the day and then they do interventionists the other half. However, the difference with the interventionists from before is they are now helping the teachers to be interventionists in the classroom. We're doing the embedded response intervention model, where we're training teachers how to work with the workshop model, which is going to involve teachers teaching a short lesson, and then they would focus on the kids that are struggling the most all the way up through so we can help them to get where they need to be. So another part we did was signage, because we are part of the AVID, which I'll talk a little bit later, which is going to focus on kids making goals for colleges. And so one of the things AVID preaches is get college posted everywhere. So all of the staff members, any college that they got a degree from, they were able to put up on, they put it basically above their door. So students would be able to come in, see what college that the different staff members graduated from. We did try to avoid getting Clemson pennants, but our staff made us get those. In addition to the school, we did positive quotes throughout. So as you guys have heard about earlier, TikTok challenges, bathrooms and all that, we have done positive quotes throughout the bathrooms and on the hallway just to encourage the students as well, and what they need to focus on with that piece. One of the things we talk about with the students is we got a choice to make our school positive or negative. We decide what it's going to be every day. In addition, if you've been following our Twitter or Facebook, we have started a positive referral system. And so just like you have your discipline referral system, we also have a positive referral system. Students can nominate students, students can nominate teachers, teachers can nominate teachers, and teachers can nominate students. And they focus on our 7 Mindsets, which is the social behavior program that we are using in our advocacy that goes through the different pieces that they're focused on during the year. And so students have really enjoyed this. I think it's funny, whenever we take the pictures, I will get emails from parents going, in case you haven't noticed, you haven't posted those pictures yet, we need to get those up ASAP. But the students extremely enjoy it. I must admit, I have a little bit of fun with it. I bring the kids in and say, I heard that you got written up by so-and-so today. And of course, they get really nervous going, I didn't do it. And sometimes you even get kids that go, well, I did this and this. And we're like, no, stop. But we end up getting to say the positive, and it's awesome whenever you just see this relaxation of, wow, this is something positive to come up here for. And of course, we clap for that piece. And I tell them to take it home and tell their parents that they got written up, and then see how the parents respond to that piece. So at the moment, our positive referrals currently outnumber our regular discipline referrals, which is our goal to keep that above that. It is amazing how much it is taken off. Right now, the students get pins, which I didn't wear my lanyard in, sorry. They get pins that they put on their lanyards, and then we're developing different rewards as they get more and more of these collections of the positive referrals as well.
And Principal Hardy, how have you linked that? Because I know we do behavioral assessments with semester end grade assessments. How have you linked those two together?
As far as the behavior, well, at the moment, of course, we just started doing them, so we haven't really gotten to compare them yet, the behavior and what we're doing with that piece. I will tell you that you see more and more, like I get students emailing me more, telling me, hey, could you block this website because kids are going to do things they shouldn't be doing, which I think is awesome. And we even have a form where they fill it out to let us know whenever things are occurring that we need to take care of, but they don't want their names to be associated with it. And again, that has really taken off, and I associate a lot of that with that positive referral system because they know they're being encouraged with it as well. And I think the parents like it because, the comment that a lot of times you'll hear parents say is, I always hear whenever things are going bad at the school, when everything's going good. And so it's great whenever you get kids in there, and I've had it happen many times where I know a kid had just got themselves in trouble the other day, and they were coming in for a positive referral. And the interesting thing is they always think they're coming in to talk about that referral, and you're like, no, this is something different. You did well. And just to hear that positive piece means a lot for them. Of course, this is all about the data, and with SC Ready ELA, our goal was, in 2017-18, it started off with 33.2%. Our goal was to try to grow 2 percentage points per year. Of course, state testing did not occur in 2019-2020. We did get testing. Percentage for students did drop to 31%. I will tell you statewide, it dropped as well. And so we did have a drop on that piece, but we kind of anticipated some of that happening across the state period, as you guys have seen. But I think the big part we get is kids, just encouraging the kids to read. We're doing book clubs, getting the kids into different readings with the books, because, we'd say all the time to the kids, there's all kinds of English programs out there. There's all kinds of things you can work on, but the only thing that will ever impact your reading is to read. The only thing that will ever impact your writing is to write. And so that's the goal, is to get these kids in there. It's awesome when you go into these classroom observations and you see kids reading books that they chose and they wanted to read and be able to talk about them, and then you see the time that they're taking to be able to write about it. So math was an area of concern across the board. And I do believe math, the reason why math probably struggled more this year than what ELA did is math is so much based on confidence. And I'm going to be honest with you, our kids were struggling with confidence this year, especially when I went into that SC Ready test. So we did, in 2017-18, we were at 34%. But this year we did drop down to 18%. I will tell you that the drop across the state was right around that 17%, 8% to 9% drop on that piece. We do know that we need to make an exerted effort into the math piece, and part of the math piece is focusing on that workshop model we talked about before, or we're really heavy in trying to get those basic skills back up. We're telling teachers, don't necessarily worry about what was lost last year. Let's focus on what needs to be done this year to get those pieces together. Because math is one of those skills where, I tell kids all the time, what you learn in 7th grade is everything you're going to need to know for 8th grade. And what you're learning in 8th grade is what you're going to need to know for 9th grade. And so we are prioritizing those standards so we get a concerted effort of some really focused standards on what we want for those kids to be successful.
Just clarifying, that 18% is of 6th through 8th grade.
Yes, ma'am.
Last year, 18% of all the students, that's Lula, that's face-to-face, that's everyone that's a White Knoll Middle School student, 18% were proficient.
Yes, ma'am. That would be exceeds or met.
Okay.
I have a question as well, if you can go back to that slide. So the goal for this school year is 43%, and it was 18% last school year. What happens if you don't meet the 43%?
That would be part with the State Department. I will say, as long as we're out of that 10%, we get out of the priority schools. So the bottom 10% of the schools in the state is what we need to get out of. Our goal was to try to meet the state average. Of course, that state average back 3 years ago was much higher. This year, I believe the state average was 37.3%. So the state average actually dropped quite a bit on that piece. But our goal is to try to get to the state average or exceeds.
Okay, so if you don't meet this 43%, you're saying the State Department doesn't necessarily hold you to that goal?
No, it's our goal. The goal is to get out the bottom 10%.
Right.
That's priority period. Of course, anytime we set goals, we want to hit state average or above. And so that's where we're setting that goal on that piece.
Okay, I just didn't know if there was someone holding you accountable to that number. But you just want to come out the bottom 10%. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, Dr. Little keeps me pretty accountable on that piece too. But our goal is to grow with that part. And as we've said many times, especially this year, it's not just about the state tests. We have a lot of kids that are really, really struggling, so we have put a lot of time in the social emotional as well, taking a lot of effort just to be able to meet with the different people. We do have a mental health counselor that's, I think we are working him a lot. I know he's worn out a lot with that piece, but getting the parents in there, helping them out with that piece as well, because kids can't succeed if they don't believe. And so that's the part that we're working on as well. It's not just about the academics, it's also about the social emotional this year.
Thank you.
All right, and that's kind of what I was referring to, and you'll hear this more and more often, it's COVID recovery. So how do we get out of the COVID piece that we got put into because of a lot of the quarantining and students not being in school, anxiety that's high because of a lot of the different things going on. We did start the AVID program. At this moment, we got about 69 students for the current year that's in the AVID program. And that went up from 5 students the year before. And so we were able to take a position and create an elective where the kids get to rotate through. It's really neat with the AVID program. The kids interview for this. And so if you've never been a part of that, the kids actually put their name in that they would like to be part of the AVID program. They then interview. They have to get references from their teachers, but then they interview in front of other staff members to be able to be part of the program. And it is a thing of honor and pride for the kids to be in that AVID program. We also created a semester-long class in both 6th and 7th grade, and also 2 additional semester-long classes will be offered second semester in those classes. And it's about increasing the access to the AVID selection as much as possible with that piece. What kind of goes along with that AVID is going to be the SOAR elective. And what we did with the SOAR elective is we took kids that were not doing well in their core classes, and we said we need to get their focus changed. Because again, it's not just about academics, it's about believing. So in this program, what they focus on is being able to be more organized, but also trying to find what interests you. If you could be anything you want to be in 6 to 7 years, what would it be? Forget about any kind of hindrance you think might hold you back. What would it be? And then starting to shoot some goals for how do you get there. Let's set some different things that we can do to be able to get there. And then they do some research in some of that project area. So you can imagine middle school, everyone wants to be an NBA player, NFL player. And so they do some research. What's it going to take to be able to get there? How would they be able to become that player? And so it's about changing that mindset for they can have a goal and that they can do it and that they can dream and they can achieve with that piece. This is something different that we didn't have last year, but the heavy focus with that is, again, trying to get those kids to be able to be successful and get them out of thinking they cannot do it.
And so they'll choose to do that as one of their ABC classes?
Yes,
that they
ma'am.
rotate? And do they, because you said do not do well, so like they didn't pass their core classes or like a D or below?
Yeah, I try to be careful because the kids in that class, I don't want to single them out, but those are kids just not doing well. Yes,
And
that
do
would.
they get to choose whether they take SOAR or are they required to take SOAR?
We asked them to take it. If anyone didn't want to take it, we don't make them take it. But I will tell you, we didn't have any problems with that. Kids, they knew that they wanted to do something different and they bought into it. The teacher we have doing the program is very well liked and the students tend to engage very well with them. He also coaches basketball as well, so that tends to get kids to want to be involved with that person. So obviously you gotta know what's going on in the classroom if you're gonna create change. So teacher leaders and administrators complete weekly walkthroughs. We do Google form on that piece. The teachers get the immediate feedback on that. We are focusing on workshop and the 4.0 rubric, which is from the State Department. And that's about giving them feedback that the teachers will have. Whenever we leave, they always get one challenge and they're gonna get one positive to be able to focus on with that piece. We then use that data to drive what we split it up into 4 cycles. So we use that first cycle to decide what are we going to focus on for the second cycle. Use that, then decide what we're going to focus on for a third cycle with the intention of getting classroom instruction up to where we need it. So like we talked about workshop model, the teachers have to constantly be using assessment, STAR 360 data, but also their formative data. What are you using on an everyday basis to decide what you're going to do in that classroom? How do you decide what you're going to reteach? And how do you decide what kids you're going to reteach it with? And so it's not about busy work, it's about purposeful instruction to try to help that student to improve.
So with the 4.0 rubric, do you guys then go talk through it with the teachers and kind of coach them through how to get to a 3 or a 4?
Yes, ma'am. So we would go over, and they actually get it, whenever they get the feedback, it all spells out. This is what was observed. This is what would be on a 3, in order to be able to score 3. This is where you'd have to be. And then we go over what would bring that up to the next level. And of course, the way the 4.0 rubric's made is the more the students are in charge of the classroom, the higher you're going to score. The more the teacher's in charge of the classroom, the lower you're going to score. So if you want to go between a 3 and a 4, the kids have to be in control. I think that's what you were hitting on, right?
No, I mean, I work with the 4.0 rubric with my students a lot, and so I just know how important the feedback is, because it's, if you're just gonna give them a score, they need to know why they got that score.
Yep,
if
totally
we want our
agree.
teachers to, be better.
Yeah, and the admin's the only people that actually give them a score. The teacher leaders are just giving them information on what they see in the classroom. We give the score so that way they can get because we're trained specifically to be able to give all that information back to them. So we do have a math instructional coach, but they are also doing AVID. That was something we did on purpose because we felt like AVID and math improvement go well together. And so that's why we married the two, so that we can have both programs. Classroom libraries, of course, we're always trying to increase diversity and children's interest. Implementation of AVID. The big thing with AVID is increasing rigor. If you want kids to achieve, you got to expect more out of them. And so that's what we're trying to do as much as we possibly can, is to raise that bar for the students, help them to have a goal and focus, and helping them to believe how to get there and to be able to be successful. Our priority funds, we have used it for supplies. Yesterday, we just got done doing a training with Fred Dillon with math teachers, which is about engagement and getting the students involved. We will do several other sessions with Fred Dillon as well. We do survey teachers to see what would they like, what are they interested in, how would we be able to help them. We are going to be piloting, along with the other middle schools, a program that's going to be focused on our 36 lowest students that will get 4 students at a time will be tutored from a person virtually, but it will be that person focusing on just those 4 students. We will be using that in our SOAR program for those 36 students. If we get success out of it, then the goal would be to grow that even more. And so those kids would get very intentional, more one-on-one math instruction during that time. We just got approved to be able to hire 2 more teacher's aides, and that's what we will use to help out in the classroom to try to assist those students that are struggling the most. And then we will be doing what's called a Rise Up program, which is a very intensive reading program for the second semester to help our students as well.
Sorry, I have a question before you, oh, well, you're done. Okay. That last slide there, priority funds allocation. When you say you got approved to hire 2 teachers' aides for the second semester, how did you make that request? Like, who has to give you approval?
There's a guy over State Department that's over all priority schools, and we submit a budget to them. And so we have to submit a budget, and then he has to say okay to that piece. And then once he says it's okay, then we move forward with the district piece.
Okay. So is there anything else that you think you need that you don't have, that you have requested or you need to request?
I will say, I mean, there's always more you want because obviously more teachers is going to impact the different things. But I will say, whenever it comes down to materials and supplies, this is extremely well-funded school district, and we greatly appreciate the technology, the access. We just recently got the new furniture, we got new TVs, we got the Via Go, and so all that piece we do have. Now it's just a matter of being able to implement it well.
Okay. And it's been a while since I've read, but the priority school status, I think there's 3 different tiers with the State Department of Education. And this is the middle, maybe. Either way, I'm just curious, is there a certain amount of time that you can stay in that tier until the State Department says, okay, you've been here X number of years, you know, we're moving you out of here, you have to do something, or we're taking some other kind of action?
You automatically get it for 3 years. Because they didn't have any state testing that 1 year, that's why they extended it on to this year as well. We were told that because of a shortage of staff at the State Department, they might not be evaluating who comes off that list for a little while, and so we might end up being on that list because of it. At this point, though, we have gone long enough where we're not in the bottom 10% in the state that we would be able to get off of it, although I don't mind getting the money. Would like to get off the list, but I don't mind the money.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your work. We appreciate all you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Hardy. And Mr. Hardy, I know it's getting late, so if you need to be up and with middle school kids, you are certainly welcome to exit the premises. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Nurse Wood. She's going to talk to us a little bit about some COVID testing that could possibly happen that we might be able to do to help out our community a little bit. So, Nurse Wood, if you would kind of walk us through that.
Good evening. This is going to be very, very brief. We have been talking in our district for quite some time about opportunities to bring COVID testing to our families, to our staff, and our students. And so we have been able to partner with DHEC now. They've secured funding so that they are able to arrange completely turnkey vendors to come into school districts and assist with those testing opportunities for students and staff. We are actually working with Ambulance, or .go is another name that the company has. They are going to be starting in 3 locations in our district on Monday, November 29th, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. One is going to be here in Lexington. We are looking at the Rosenwald Community Learning Center. Another one is in Gilbert at the old Gilbert Elementary School, and then another one in the Pelion area at the old Pelion Middle School. So those locations during the day will not interrupt student comings and goings. And so they are going to be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. all the way through. This is going to be an opportunity for those who have symptoms to get diagnostic testing. It's also going to be an opportunity for those who have been quarantined who wish to take advantage of the early return to test for that as well, so that they can return early from quarantine. We are ready to go with students on Monday the 29th. We're working with HR to finalize a couple of small little key points, and then we are hoping to also be able to offer that to our staff as well. It is completely free to those who are coming to test. It is completely free for our district. DHEC actually secured funding. They made the arrangements with the vendors, and then they made those vendors available to us. DHEC handles all of the payments themselves, so we do not have any costs. All right.
Thank you for your work. I think that'll be valuable for our district, so thank you very much.
All right, and finally tonight, well, from under my report, not finally, but under my report, we have Dr. Osborne Smith, who's going to walk us through Cognia accreditation. I know we touched on it either last month or the month before, but we wanted to give an update about what the timeline is for accreditation for the district and what that's going to look like.
So thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Tonight I'm going to give you a brief overview of what the Cognia Engagement Review is, kind of the rubric that they use to evaluate our improvement process, and we'll give you an update on the timeline of our work. So to begin, the Cognia Review is an accreditation engagement review. It's what used to be called the Advanced Ed Review, or back when I first started teaching many moons ago, the SACS Review. And so it's like the Advanced Ed Review. It has two kind of purposes. One, it will help to assess our system against their performance standards. And then two, it will provide us some rich feedback concerning our improvement journey. So after the review is over, it should lead to two outcomes. First, it should lead to our recognition as an accredited institution. However, the thing I really want you to focus on is the idea of feedback. As I stated earlier, our team will be given a ton of feedback from the Cognia group that comes to visit with us. And again, that feedback's based on the performance standards that they have. It will include some suggestions for our next steps, which we will then use to build our strategic plan for the next 5-year cycle. And that strategic plan building starts in 22-23. So in the past, an engagement review like Cognia or Advanced Ed, the people would come in person to do that visit. But because of COVID and the disruption to schools, they are visiting remotely this year. It is scheduled for the first week of May in 2022. All meetings with district employees will be conducted remotely via Zoom. The major components of our visit are listed on the screen. School-based and district staff will be involved in focus group interviews. They also will be submitting assurances and evidence for the team to review the week of our visit. So an accreditation review may seem daunting, especially in our current context. And I don't want to skim over that acknowledgement. It's a ton of work. But knowing that, I wanted to share a quote with you that came from the Cognia training materials and modules that we did. The word here that I want to point out is helpful. Our Cognia team and those that I've been working with since the beginning of the year truly want us to succeed. In fact, in their training, the phrase that they bolded really big on the screen is that this is not a we have to be perfect situation. Our job in this review is to really use it as a reflection tool to identify those things that we are doing very well, and then to identify areas of growth, because every system that's focused on improvement is going to look at both things. So that's really good news for us, because reflection around the ongoing continuous improvement process is already part of our system. It's what schools do every year with their schools' work plans. This is just taking that one step further. So with that in mind, I wanted to share our major tasks with you. To prepare for the visit, we're doing the 3 things you see listed. During the month of October, our awesome principals have been working diligently on their draft of their school's executive summary. They've given each other feedback during district meetings, and they are submitting them currently to us at the district level for feedback and editing. Currently, district administrators are working to brainstorm evidence and data that best exemplify our improvement and growth as a district. And in early winter, our plan is to complete the school and district assurances. So since reflection around evidence is a key component of the process, I wanted to share another quote from the Cognia training. Our Cognia review team will need to see evidence at the highest perceived level of performance. And I'm going to show you what that looks like in just a minute when we look at the rubric. The goal is for us to submit the work we're most proud of. It's not to submit a whole bunch of evidence, it's to submit the best evidence. So our focus should be collecting evidence, no matter the task, that is as closely aligned to the mastery standards that they've put forth in their key concepts and standards. I will share a little more about what the standards are in the key concepts shortly, but before I do that, let's look at the evaluation instrument they will use. So the Cognia team uses a rubric called the I3 rubric to assess our improvement and journey as a district. The I3 rubric defines elements that must be present in order for something to impact an organization. The great thing about the rubric is that it's also a performance assessment rubric, which teachers use all the time with projects and things. So it's very aligned with what school systems just do naturally. The design of the rubric allows us to assess the effectiveness of any process or program or practice that we want. So let's take a closer look at the rubric. So on the screen is a screenshot of the actual evaluation tool that they will use. In the top row, you see there are levels or phases of impact. Each level involves one or two what they call elements, which the team will use in the evaluation. In the second row, you have the elements. These are the 5 areas that research shows must be present in order for the improvement and change process to take place. Each of these elements may be present in our system at varying degrees, but they all must be present if we want to ensure lasting change. In the third row, you see kind of the definitions for what these elements are. And then finally, in the following rows, you see a 4-level rubric for measuring the degree to which each of these elements has been implemented. So in the first row, they say it's level 1, which indicates little evidence or work, down to the bottom row, which is level 4, which indicates the highest degree of that element. So now the evidence. So now that you've seen the rubric, I wanted to show you the kind of evidence that we're going to be providing. This evidence is part of, again, what the Cognia review will assess to determine our accreditation status. As a district, we will work to identify relevant and authentic data in these 3 groups. In Standard 1, there are 11 key concepts or indicators that we provide evidence for, and these are all around our district's mission, vision, and school district processes. Standard 2 has 12 indicators or key concepts, and these focus on student learning, curriculum, and instruction. And finally, Standard 3 is all around a kind of a conglomerate of things that they put together. It includes human resources processes, professional learning, information technology, and resource management. As a district team, all of our divisions, again, have been brainstorming what we would like to submit. And in early winter, we will start to download that and actually put it in the portfolio for Cognia. So at this time, I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Dr. Smith, can you just give a real quick answer to a big question, which is, why do we go through an accreditation process? Is it required? Can you just kind of elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, so the State Department requires all school districts in the state to go through an accreditation process every 5 years because of the kind of disruption that we saw in 1920. It actually pushed back our accreditation visit to this year. So it is a requirement. I will tell you, our district has always done very well. We've always gotten some of the highest scores you can get, whether it's been SACS or advanced ed. And I anticipate that with what I'm seeing coming in and what I know about what schools are doing and how schools have performed over the last 5 years, we will again be accredited.
And then what we'll do from this work is this work will springboard directly into our strategic planning work next year. So we'll utilize those recommendations for moving forward, and you use part of that as the next phase of the efforts.
That's right.
Nicely done. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with SACs because secondary, colleges use that. Did we have a choice whether we use is that just what all the?
So the State
K-12 schools.
Department, Cognia is the accreditation group that they require unless you are under review and then you do something different as a district. You do something directly with the State Department.
Is this the first time Lexington One's used this company or this
That we've been
organization?
required to use Cognia, yes. Last time we had an advanced ed review.
Okay.
But I will tell you, like, from my experience, I did it at the school level, the advanced ed visit at the school level. It is very close to what we've experienced before, and it's pretty close to what you at the college level see in SACs.
I have a question as well. So
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
the board plays a part in this. What exactly would our role be?
So it's a possibility, and I would need to check with the Cognia people, it's a possibility you may be asked to be on one of our panels. But I'm gonna need to call and make sure what your role is going to be in the actual accreditation. I do know that what I will bring to the board at the end of the year in May is the report. And at that point, we will involve you in using that information to create our new strategic plan.
Okay.
But I can check for specific things in the review visit. I'll call Dr. Melton and find out for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. All right. Moving on to agenda item 12.0, which is new business. And we have first reading of policy IKADD, IKADDR, and IKADDE, content and credit recovery. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Gaskins to explain that to us.
Thank you. So this is the policy revision that we introduced at the last meeting, and the uniform grading policy is adopted by the State Board of Education. And based on the most recent revisions to that policy, we need to update the policy administrative rule and student application to be aligned with the uniform grading policy. And so I'd like to just highlight two of the main changes that need to be made to our policy. One is the addition of content recovery. So before, this was a credit recovery policy mainly, but according to the uniform grading policy, if a district uses content recovery, it should establish board policies and processes aligned to it. And so our grading practices, and Ms. Henson mentioned this at the last meeting, our grading practices do allow for students to recover a subset of a course if needed, and so that is aligned with how the state defines content recovery, and so we would need to add that to board policy. Related to credit recovery, the change is now that the grade, if a student needs to recover an entire course, the original grade stands and counts towards the GPA. The student, once they recover the course, they get the credit, but it doesn't impact their GPA. So that's the biggest change with the credit recovery aspect.
And I may be remembering this wrong, but for students that take credit-bearing classes in 8th grade, like an English 1 and an Algebra 1, if they don't have a certain grade, they can elect to take it again. In that case, the 8th grade score doesn't count, right? So that's different than this?
Yes, so this is just for credit recovery.
Okay.
A student would have to retake the course at the same level to replace the grade.
Okay.
So they would take the complete course over again instead of just the credit recovery version.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So you have tonight again the policy, the administrative rule. The administrative rule does reference our district grading practices, and Dr. Clamp is working with a group right now to look closely at those grading practices. They were first drafted in 2016 and 17 and have had some minor revisions along the way, but in light of what we've learned through COVID and just to make sure we're up to date with those and getting lots of feedback on those, he is convening a group that will be spending this spring studying those. so that content recovery grade will be aligned with those practices. And the student application has been revised also to make sure that students understand that that new grade will not be factored into the GPA. I'd love to hear your feedback or things you'd like for us to consider or to be added to the policy.
So during the last meeting, I think Dr. Clamp said that he was getting feedback from stakeholders. What kind of groups is he speaking with? Do you know?
So related to the policy and the verbiage used here, he used the model policy, and in the model there are a few choice points for districts within what's allowable with the uniform grading policy. He talked to both principals and APs about those choice points, but he has convened in the grading practices group. Teachers and administrators are involved in that group, and their recommendations will go to both our parent and student advisory councils for additional feedback.
So does he have any type of group, like the grading practices group, to look at this specific policy?
So this specific policy, he did have both principals and APs look at it, but what's here is mainly what we have to have here aligned to the uniform grading policy. There aren't a lot of choice points here in the policy. Those choice points are more in our grading practices. So one of the decisions, for example, was like the amount of time. So we'll accept the content recovery up to 3 weeks after. That's mainly based on like when we need the grade in order for it to be conferred and be part of the historical grade. So some of those decisions are kind of technical in nature in terms of when we could allow those grades to be entered.
Okay, so as part of that grading practices group, I know I've heard this for years, that is there a, and this may just be practice, I can't find it in policy, is there a minimum grade that teachers are allowed to give? I've heard 45, I've heard 50.
During COVID, 45 was the minimum grade. Now that is the 9-week grade, the quarter grade minimum, but on an assignment they can give a 0.
Okay, but even if they had 6 zeros, when it came time at the end, they would still have to give a 45 as a minimum, if they had 6 zeros out of 7.
All of our school administrators established that expectation because it would be impossible for a student to recover the following quarter if they had a 0 for that quarter. So it's giving us really a student an opportunity to learn and to recover.
Okay.
And to be successful in the course.
And that will be addressed in this grading practices group. So if a teacher wants to be a part of that, how were those teachers chosen?
They could absolutely reach out to Dr. Clamp.
Okay.
He's met with several teacher groups already who have reached out to him. Also, the teachers and administrators who are part of the group are, after each meeting, going back to their schools and getting additional feedback based on the discussion.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Any more questions for Ms. Gaskin? All right, thank you very much. And now we have a report from the ad hoc committee on the B policy revisions, and I'm going to turn over to Dr. Guyton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've had the opportunity to meet now twice, I believe. And so really the first meeting was kind of designed around idea of vision, and that's obviously when we came back to the board and said, hey, as we look at these B policies or look at that individual policy, there's so much bleed over to the other policies, and this really may be a good opportunity for us to take this as a lump sum and begin to dive in a different format than I think what previous boards have done, to get a little more granular on the policy development. And so, of course, we came to the board with that, and was duly appointed by the board to do so. As we began to lay the roadmap for the B policies, we really had to create a framework or a structure. That framework really set to answer 3 questions. What do we do and how do we do it? Because really, if you look at the board policies from a 30,000-foot view, that's really the questions that the B policies seek to answer. And then obviously there's a little potpourri at the end. So we really kind of designed a framework and structure around that, and with the help of Ms. Halliday, we began to group those policies in such a way that address those very things. More than likely, for example, who we are as a board, that consisted of, help me out, I want to say, where am I looking? Here we are. I want to say roughly probably 10 or 12 policies that are inclusive within that. And that's really a lot to bite off at one time. It would be a lot to bring to the board at one time. And so we felt more confident in grouping those into subsets, maybe 4 or 5, and some of these may even be condensed to a single policy. And given the opportunity to the board to digest these recommendations and changes. And so that's the framework that we sort of landed on. In discussion through that, the hard part here is this is outside the natural flow of the way we typically do policy drafting. What you just saw play out with ICAD is your typical policy drafting. And so, and our policy even states that policy revisions are brought to the board by the district. They're vetted by the superintendent and his staff, and then brought to us for comment, edits, and then eventual approval. This is a little different in that the B policies speak directly to the board and how the board conducts its business. And so that was really the ultimate driving force behind this ad hoc committee, was having the board kind of more or less lead that policy drafting. So we really don't have great policy to address that. So we find ourselves in a bit of a conundrum. Secondly, when it comes to actual policy drafting, none of us are attorneys up here. And so really, we have to have some oversight, and we have to have someone walk with us through these policies to make sure that not only are they internally consistent with what we're drafting, but what would be considered to be externally consistent to South Carolina Code of Law. And so in doing so, I requested that Dr. Little reach out to attorney that we've worked with in the past, who has helped with some different things we have done, as well as South Carolina School Board Association, and really put together a memorandum of understanding of what that would look like scope-wise. And so in doing so, both of them came back. We then reviewed these. Obviously, we can't go through the details of executive session, but I can tell you that each of these were vetted appropriately. Secondly, we had procurement code vetted to make sure that we didn't have to go through procurement code to, or I shouldn't say that we didn't, but should we go through procurement to do this? It was determined no different than any other legal advice that we're getting. We don't solicit procurement per se for legal advice, which is what this would end up being. And then thirdly, when we look at it from a funding perspective, the funds that the board uses are really kind of comprised in kind of 2 areas within our budget. Some exist within the Office of the Superintendent. Some exist within the Board of Education policy or Board of Education budget line items. And so we wanted to make sure, obviously, that any money spent, that there was money appropriated to do such. And so ultimately, the committee landed on what we felt to be a decision. In doing so, it's hard to find clear direction, and honestly, I'm going to ask all of y'all, not for a vote, but more for opinion. You know, this is a situation where we don't have great policy regarding this. We're seeking legal advice, and so therefore we can independently reach out to an attorney. We can collectively reach out to an attorney. So there's, depending on which policy and which way you read the policy, you can arrive at 4 different conclusions. And so there's really not clarity there. In doing so, I thought that the committee being empowered by the board itself, inherently within that, does allow some freedom for us to have legal advice when it comes to policy drafting, since this is outside our norm. But in the event that that's not the case, I would propose that if it's the desire of the board, we can bring the formal recommendation to the board next board meeting for approval regarding the legal review that would occur of the policies that we are drafting over the course of the next year. And so that's where it kind of sits. So I would be interested to hear any feedback from the board.
Well, I'll just go first. The way I look at it is all of the committees of the board, the audit, the construction management, those, when we have contracts coming out of those committees, they come back to the board for a full vote. And I watched the ad hoc committee meeting, and I just assumed on the agenda, once you all, excuse me, decide on option A, I said, well, that'll be on the agenda, and I'll get to hear all about it. But then when I saw it was under business and not actually action, I was thinking, okay, maybe they just, I don't know. I was never thinking there was an option that when a committee entered into a contract, that it didn't come back before the board. And I don't know how that's laid out in state law, and our policy is completely unclear, and I trust this ad hoc committee to do what is right. And I know, Kyle, you've said this several times, and I feel the exact same way. It's not necessarily this board that we're concerned with. We're always looking to the future. So if you allow this ad hoc committee to enter into a contract without the vote of the full board, then who's to say another ad hoc committee won't decide that they need something different other than legal advice or policy revisions and enter into a contract for something and the board never hears about it?
And I think to address that directly to your question, that's the whole purpose of this ad hoc committee. You know, our policies are such that some are really good at demonstrating process, others are really weak at demonstrating process. And so for us, that's the challenge, is that we have to have policies that allow us to dictate process to therefore make future boards successful. And so as a part of that, that would be one of the questions to answer. As you've seen with our committee policy, it's very vague at best. Right. And so we don't have clarity on that. And so that would be within the scope of this ad hoc committee, is to answer that very question. And so coming out of this ad hoc committee, I would tell you that concern will be alleviated. But obviously, to initiate, you know, I certainly am open to any and all feedback regarding the initiation of continuing to do things the way we've kind of done them in the past, because that's really what it comes down to, because we don't.
Well, and Dr. Kite, can I just interject
Sure.
something real quick? So, and I did not attend the ad hoc committee. I'm not participating in it. But he and I talked, and he mentioned to me just the two entities that the ad hoc committee was considering. And then I'm not sure. I think maybe Ms. Halliday mentioned to me that y'all had or maybe I read the minutes from the meeting, and y'all had chosen SCSBA to do that.
Sure, sure.
But not only does our policies not give us guidance on this, but our board, our district has never done this process before. And so I don't think either you or I were thinking, oh, well, this, we just didn't automatically go to, this needs to go to the board. But we have, you know, as questions have come up this week, I think we both, via email from community members and Ms. Garris, you know, like, okay, well, maybe, so this actually is on our agenda for December.
Sure.
Should we decide that we want to, because I agree that previous committees, whether it's the audit selection or the, you know, construction selection or whatever, those decisions do come to the board, if nothing else, for for ratification, because we trust, like Ms. Guerra said, we trust the ad hoc committee and the deliberations that you had. And so I think it would be appropriate for you just to bring that recommendation to us and for us as a full board to give a stamp of approval. But you're so right in saying that our policy doesn't really help us on this because there's not really a clear path.
No, we do have the historical context of exactly what you're talking about. But again, with this being a fairly new endeavor, it's not going to be immune from reflection. It's not going to be immune from questions, and I'm happy to answer any and all of those. Our desire is exactly what you're talking about, Ms. Garris, is to set this board up for current success, and then any and all future boards for success, particularly in light of what we've gone through over the past several years, and just what we've learned, and questions that we need to answer, quite frankly. Any other questions, concerns from the board itself?
Well, I just had a question. I know it was mentioned that this came out of the superintendent's account. So what does that have to do with the actual contract? I was just wondering why that was even taken into consideration, like what account it came out of.
Well, so number one, if it's my expectation as a part of my business that if I'm going to spend money, I'm going to make sure that it's properly allocated for. And so this review and this legal advice that we will receive does come with a price tag. And so we do have to exercise funds for that. But before doing so, I wanted to secure, in fact, that we did not need to come to the board for additional funding, that there existed funds within the scope of the board to cover the cost of this. And really, if you look at historical context to what you mentioned, when it comes to policy drafting, that typically has come through the Office of the Superintendent, because the policies are brought to us through the district. And so as a part of that, as we look at the funding, and in conversations with Dr. Little, there existed funds that were within the Office of the Superintendent budget to allow for this policy legal expertise to occur. Because quite frankly, I got nothing else. I mean, I don't know. There's not a line item that says legal advice for board members within our budget. And so, again, maybe this will help to clarify for us and future boards even budgetary questions.
I just want to thank you. I know this is a new process, having ad hoc committees, but I think you've done a great job as board chair, and I appreciate the fact that when there are questions floating around, you do what you do right now. You bring them to the board and you say, hey, what do y'all think? And I just appreciate it.
So just clarifying, as a ad hoc committee member, our plan is we're not going to meet the rest of November or December, because in December at our big board meeting, we're going to vote on using.
Correct. So our selection, and we'll obviously talk through the actual agenda item next time. So at this point, we would bring to the board for vote the ability to finalize a contract with the selection of option A from our previous, and we can certainly have additional discussion at that time regarding it.
Okay, and then.
But don't worry about that time between Thanksgiving and Christmas. We're good.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Anything else for Dr. Guyton? All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you again to that committee for the work that you have begun. I feel like you're a tiny snowball at the top of the hill, and that's just going to keep rolling down and getting a bigger and bigger and bigger project. So thank you for serving on that committee.
I like to think more of that Price is Right. Remember the Price is Right guy? The little
the
little ice, the mountain climber guy.
Yeah.
That's what I kind of like to think. That's the analogy I have.
It's not Plinko where you're just going down and.
No, not Plinko.
All right. Thank you very much for doing that. All right, we are moving on to agenda item 13.1, and this is just regarding the Lexington One Educational Foundation board vacancy. Back in September, I mentioned to the board that there was a vacancy on the Lexington One Education Foundation board, one of the Board of Trustees positions. That seat has not been requested by another board member. And so I will accept that position upon approval of the Foundation Board of Directors. And the way that works, we don't vote on that. We put a name forward, and the Foundation's Board of Directors board will vote to accept that member. Currently, Ms. Henson and Dr. Guyton are on the Foundation Board. And I served previously, but stepped aside to allow other board members to serve. And so I'm happy to go back into that role.
So our next meeting's Thursday for that. So
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Ms. Washburn wants me to attend. She's very procedural oriented, so she may not want me to attend if have not been approved. So I'll probably see you in January.
Okay.
So, all right. You have received the following reports for information only: the monthly general fund financial report, the monthly general fund budget transfers, the monthly capital projects report, and the monthly unauthorized procurements report, all for October 2021. And finally, I would like to mention, as Dr. Little briefly mentioned earlier, this is American Education Week, and I would like to take a minute to celebrate the hard work and dedication of our staff, many of them sitting in here that have been here since early this morning. And we also kicked off the long-awaited celebration of the Peoria Middle School dedication last night. It was so great. It has been wonderful for the last week or two to be back in schools and attending events in person, and having the community attend. And it was a great dedication. Had some great speakers, staff members, and parents and students. It really was a great, and it's a beautiful, beautiful school. And we are, very, very lucky and blessed to have that school in the Peoria community. It's going to serve many generations of Peoria students. And then also last Friday, most of the board attended the our first school visit in almost 2 years. I believe, is this our poster? At Oak Grove Elementary. And as we were leaving, we got to visit all the grades, but this is the pre-K class. They did a poster for us with all their handprints on it, and that was really special, so we wanted to bring that and share that with everybody. But there's amazing work going on in all of our schools, and it is just, it's great to be back out there and see it firsthand, because that is the reason why everyone up here and everyone along the wall here does what they do. So thank you very much. I hope everyone has a wonderful, happy Thanksgiving. We have so much to be thankful for. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Good night. Thank you very much.